Hi, everybody, and welcome to what should be the last episode of 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons Into the Wild Coast. As our heroes are ready to confront the final bad guys, the people who are running the show, apparently.
As far as we know.
Before they do that, I'd like to once again, for one final time, introduce our heroes to you. So let's start with Robert.
Which one should I introduce?
Yes. Whichever one's your favorite.
Well, I am once again replaying the character I started with, Braith the Butcher. He is back for one more final battle. He is a War Domain Cleric. And I'm also playing Lael, the Shadow Monk, the Wood Elf. And I inherited the fallen Paladin Alexander.
Why is he fallen?
Well, that's what you wrote on your thing.
No, I didn't.
You said fallen race, so...
Fallen Asimir. That's a sub-race.
Asimar, yeah.
Whatever. Fallen Asimar Palander.
You know, same way Balak is a drow, which is a sub-race of elves.
Yes, I'm aware, thank you. Anyway, I'm playing all three of these characters, and we are ready to go.
And next up, we have Pandarin.
Yep. Playing Axios Kyrakis, who was a tiefling bard at one point hiding his identity, no longer so, and surprisingly not getting prejudiced against as much as he expected, because, yeah, we're in the Western world culturally, and not the Eastern one. And he is not exactly the most confident man, but he's getting there. He's working on it. You know, he's been improving. He's got an instrument that he treasures that was crafted by his father, which he still owns and still plays, just not in the middle of combat. Because the other one casts spells. He also...
We were recently married, too.
Yeah, recently decided to actually do the thing.
I was actually gonna say, can we actually do that ceremony before we start?
Yeah, if you want to cast the spell.
I guess...
I
thought
we
did
technically do it last time, didn't we?
Yeah.
You said you were gonna do it, but then we didn't...
I thought we did a different one.
Precisely, if we're not, it happens.
Let's
go and clarify. You were gonna cast it twice.
You were gonna do it, but you did Braith first.
Yeah. And then we had a whole Braith thing, so...
Yeah.
But yeah, also, now soon to for real be married, and not just sorta at some point be married, to Sevda Alia, a Phoenix sorcerer who was from the same Bakloonish region, who quite literally a hothead in every respect.
Gotta get you married here in the last session, just in case one of you dies here in the last session.
Yeah, for sure.
And
gotta make it official.
We have Griffin. Who's muted.
Yep, you got me. I'm playing Baron Kicks the Shield, a cool and calculating Dragonborn Battlemaster fighter who's been here since, a couple sessions after the beginning.
Almost day one.
Almost day one, just nearly. Only beaten out by Gar, who died a little bit ago. He is a hero who stands up against all challenges, like going in through the Underdark, through giants to get to here. Those that are my command responsibility come first, and I have immense ego and delusions of grandeur, like that I can win this.
Well, you haven't really lost yet, so I guess so far it's not a delusion of grandeur.
Technically on a winning streak.
Yeah.
As long as I keep believing, it'll work.
If you retreat before you lose, you'll never lose.
This is very true.
That's your ninja way.
Oh, it's wonderful.
If you just never say you lost, you're on an infinite winning streak.
That's what I'm going to tell everybody.
And last but certainly not least, we have Theta.
Yep, Belloc, drow rogue. Or I guess rebel. Not much to say.
So, you are on the mountain top over here, overlooking this other mountaintop, smaller hill, where the seems the bulk of the enemy army is stationed, or at least the core of it, and you have some friends, including an old character, a Andro Phoenix, and 2 Titan brothers, and a bunch of kobolds. And they say they can get you a distraction, but you'll have to run into the door very, very quickly. Now, I suspect that you have taken a long rest and recovered all your abilities.
Yep, that's right.
Cover home. So are you doing this by daytime or nighttime? It's going to take several hours to walk down. And she says, well, you could try to fly, but you could be detected. So
we're not exactly a stealthy group, all considered.
Yeah.
And if anything, we'd be at a disadvantage at night, whereas they might actually have orcs at their side who would not be disadvantaged at night. It's probably best for us to strike during the day.
I know I'm going to say this, and you're not going to care. Drow in sunlight doesn't mix, but, whatever. I'll just take disadvantage on everything today.
We're going inside, right?
Hopefully we will be inside
better.
the structure, and that'll help.
Yeah, good. I'm just praying that they don't like windows.
Yeah, they hate windows.
I brought a vampire to the final fight, guys. I hope you have fun.
Alright, see you in 4 hours.
Yep.
Where are we actually supposed to be attacking? Because that has not been said yet.
If you look at the red square over here, that's where you see a sort of a small valley. That it's a sort of U shape, and it's sort of like a large parade ground where you see troops marching and the like. And you see basically up to the bottom of the valley of this indentation in the mountain, which is very large, it's valley-like. It's a giant dragon-like maw opened, probably carved out of stone. Because clearly, whoever built this place doesn't has a very, shall we say, sense of ego that is, not large
They're
at all.
Unaware of anything even remotely related to modest architecture.
Yes.
Yeah, but how big is their dick?
Clearly big enough.
6 to 8
about
stories,
half an inch.
apparently.
It's just the maw here, just the mouth. I did not make any calculations for any other body parts therein, but
I'd say it's around half.
I'm just saying, you buy a Ferrari when you're 30, something's there.
And when you're 40, you build a temple to the dragon god. I mean, it makes sense, right?
Yeah, maybe about a dozen. Who knows?
So what are you going to do? It's going to take you several, like I said, it's going to take you several hours to go down and then get into position to go in. So any last minute preparations can be done.
Going down. Mage armor as always for Sevda.
Okay.
That's probably it for me.
Well, Braith, let's see what he can do now, because we have new toys.
The ceremony spell.
Oh, well,
Getting the ceremony out of the way would be good.
Alexander will gather everybody, and will lead the ceremony for you all.
So what does that do? Let's see. Adult humanoids for the next 7 days, they gain a +2 to AC while within 30 feet of each other. Okay.
I mean, it's in terms of mechanics, that's all it does. In terms,
+2 AC is +2 AC.
How many hours will it take to get where we need to go?
Several.
2 to 3 hours.
2 to 3.
If you take it carefully, so you don't fall, inside of the mountain, basically. Basically, you're taking down what at best can be constituted goat trails, right? So yeah, it's not going to be easy to.
Oh no, Balak fell off the mountain. Here's my new character, Rag, a turtle. What?
Oh man, a turtle wizard. Where'd he come from?
He's living very badly.
There is really nothing I can actually cast right now that will help us until we get closer.
Right. Our preparations are very minimal right now.
Yeah.
Wraith will go to. Wraith will. Do you have like armor for him at all by chance?
A spare armor? I think so, actually. In fact, I technically have stolen Maestron's plate mail.
Oh, good. What is the armor class on that?
It is 18 flat. No dexterity.
Oh my god.
It is heavy plate.
Oh, that's perfect for Wraith. Okay.
Disadvantage on stealth.
Yep.
I meant to return it to, to their family, but things sort of happened.
Got a little bit busy.
Just a tiny bit. I'm sure they won't mind.
A couple things
all.
came up.
Is this armor like adorned with like his god and all that shit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
he basically has the symbol of
Yeah, just
Hex
scratch
one.
it out. It'll be fine.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
the super goth armor. You always saw him
Yeah.
wear.
I will actually remove those symbols, and spending a little extra time beforehand, I would like to.
well, the things that they're etched into the armor.
I will
Right,
ask.
it's a part of it.
I will ask if Zigzag can get rid of the etching real quick and put in an etching of Cord instead.
It'll buff out.
Put on some paint.
Exactly.
He Zigzag says, "Well, I could scratch it out, but
That's
if I do
perfect.
anything more, I can do anything more than that, it'll damage the
I
armor.
imagine it's acid
Useless.
etched, isn't it?
Yeah, but that would damage the armor to the point that it might just.
Here, I want to say something on Zigzag's behalf here because mechanically I know how he acts. He would have had a number of free magical items over the time leveling up. So if you just want to say one of those can remove it from his armor without, because
one magical item he could have that could remove the armor.
yeah, because I mean it's not like we're
not a
using it in
powerful
combat.
acid or something like that.
Keep in mind,
it could
we
have
do
been
intend
that
technically to return this to their family unharmed. So the more harm you do, the worse.
if we
it
don't
will be
survive,
later.
what the fuck does it matter?
Yeah.
I know. I'm just
Right,
thinking.
I could give you my armor, which is magical.
I'm
and
just
I'll wear
saying
that one.
that Zigzag
Which is
has
less
access to a number of levels of magical items that he could have had this entire time, and this isn't really a thing that matters. So let's just hand
All right,
wave it as best as possible.
I hand wave it. Give you the armor. We'll switch armors, I guess. And now I still have 18, I assume, or no?
Yeah, it's 18.
Yeah.
All right. So we'll just switch it like that, and that way you can give it back in the coda. Because Braith is still Braith. He's not going to wear an enemy's armor like that.
Of course.
No, you're just wearing armor that was made for a dragon fort.
So you quickly get once you do the switch, and Sig is easy enough to adjust it. It's not exactly made for you. It feels a little comfortable in some places, but Zigzag is quick enough to just adjust it like, just don't, just stand still, And he manages to get it so that it actually provides you protection without, crippling your mobility, such as it is.
Sounds good to me.
And now, everybody's standing there waiting for you to do the ceremony,
Well,
Ceremony time.
Alexander will gather everyone together. So I assume even the Sphinx and the kobolds and all that are around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the two brothers.
Yeah.
And he says, today we are celebrating a very special occasion between these two. Without whatever trials and tribulations that they have come across, whatever destinies that are shared in the future, that the bond that is forged between them is resolute, and that with that, I wish to ask both Axios and his wife-to-be to step forward. And I forgot her name, Sevda, to step forward. I say, Axios, do you take Sevda to be your wife, to hold her and comfort her, for however long you live? May there be death till you part.
And she looks at you very nervously and she's quickly back and did I lose something in translation?
I don't know.
Yes, say yes.
Okay. In no universe could I say no. So yes.
And she goes like, she actually is stunned when you say that. Like,
Braith elbows you.
I already said yes.
Oh, I didn't hear it. Very good. Do you, Sevda, take Axios to be your husband, to care in sickness and comfort, till death do you part, forever how long you shall live?
okay, I understand that. No one. Yes. Yes, I do.
With the powers I bestow upon thee from the Almighties, and may the good gods watch upon us, I pronounce you both wed together. You may kiss the bride.
When you're saying she just jumps into Axel's arms and kisses him.
All right, okay, yeah, we're doing it.
Yeah, it's like,
Yeah,
whatever. I'm not
doing
gonna
it.
wait. Yeah.
No waiting.
Hell yeah!
Yeah, we'll be back in like 20 minutes.
Kicks again in the background, just goes to the kobolds like, everyone cheer, quick.
Do the clapping. Do the clapping.
Lael has a smile on his face.
Well, because they have scaly hands, the claps kind of look kind of weird, like two, like taking two sacks and putting it together, like. And you see the Genesis going like.
You know what? Close enough.
Being polite, but the Titans are about to cheer, and she looks at them like, because they're big. If they start shouting here, everybody's gonna hear.
Yeah, they're about to go, Yeah, good
Yeah.
for you.
I'd say...
Still not entirely sure what he said.
I
in translation.
I've never done a sermon before, excuse me.
Bravo.
I say to Kix, Master Kix, how do you feel? As Braith.
Today, about this?
Yes.
Probably about as nervous as I've ever been. This is the place where my family fled from.
Well,
This is where everything started.
Well, just think of the positives. This is where we'll end.
Well, hopefully not.
And then new beginnings for all. Maybe it'll be your turn to get married soon someday.
Well, we're in the area for dragon women. Let's see if we can find any.
The full dragon.
Kitchen just starts laughing.
I don't know, has there been any other Dragonborn that have crossed your paths?
Not a single one until last month before we went to the Underdark, and now we're about to find all of them at once. Either I free them from their bondage to their dread dragon masters here or now, or perhaps I merely die alone.
Think positive, Master Kix.
Incredibly positive. And Kix will just go ahead and turn around and try just giving the best, raise morale speech. This is our time, everyone. We've put in so much effort to get here. We're right at their neck. The sword is there to strike, and we shall be the hammer and anvil together. This plan is ours that we've devised together, and we can make it succeed.
Yes.
Lael
They
just,
raise their mauls to the Titans like, yes.
Yeah. So, yeah. That'll be my speech for now, I think.
Okay,
That's the best I got in my brain.
and you see that the kobolds and Zigzag are gonna climb in the back of the giant sphinx. So they're gonna, she's gonna drop them somewhere else. As you start going, unless you're gonna do anything else.
I just have one more thing. As they prepare, Lael will go to Baylock for a moment to see if he's still around.
No, I left. What?
You've been super quiet. I don't know. And he will go to you and say, and just ask, will you be okay with what we're about to do?
What do you mean?
Physically and mentally, Will you be okay with what we're about
What do you mean, okay? I don't understand what you're talking about.
Well, you giving me my answer then. And Lael smiles and he says as he's like turns around and walks away, you know, I never thought that I would go into battle with a drow.
Why are you talking away from me if you're talking about me?
Oh God.
It's a positive
Say the line.
thing.
Say the line.
He's not gonna say it. I know.
Say the line.
He's not gonna say it.
I don't even know what you're talking about now.
How about side by side with a loose associate?
Yeah.
Lael,
not a brothel. What the hell are you guys doing?
Lael smiles and laughs to himself and is ready to go. So
It's like, I came to kill a couple of people, and now there's a wedding going on, and we've raised the dead. I don't know what the fuck is going on around here.
if it helps any, my friend, at the time I just roll with it myself.
You were dead earlier.
This is Lael talking.
Oh, I thought Braith came over.
No, this was Lael who came over.
Well, I still don't know. I don't know your past. I haven't even talked to you. This is the first you've talked to me. I have no idea what the hell's going on around here.
You remember that scene at the end of Lord of the Rings where Frodo's waking up and he sees, like, Sam and Pippin, and he's just like, yes, my friends. He sees Gandalf, he's like, yes, Gandalf. And then he sees Legolas, and it's like, who are you again?
Isn't it like Legolas only had like 2 lines of dialogue directed towards
Specifically
Frodo?
with, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, at the meeting where they formed the Fellowship, right?
No, I think it's a Lemba spread lines, and not even to them directly, in their general direction.
What do you mean that they were all together during the Fellowship?
Yeah, they were there, but they
gathering?
were just yeah. Anyway, you start making down, and she takes off in a different direction.
Let's do it.
And the giants as well start floating, and they also the titans also fly as well. As you're getting closer, there's a smaller hill that overlooks the area, and so that's where you're going to wait until the distraction hits. So you're seeing it now. You're seeing it much closer, and there are at least several hundred, mostly hobgoblin troops. And they're in parade formation, and you can hear in the distance, like, giving orders. For those who know Goblin, they're giving martial orders, like, stop, move, march, right? And you can hear the sergeant sort of, reprimanding, members of the Legion that are, actually the legates are reprimanding the soldiers that are lagging behind, etc. Since you know what you're looking for, you see like tiny groups of the kobolds of sneaking back and hiding in corners and stuff like that, and waiting for a signal, right? And they're getting to positions. You get a ascending from the undertaker. In fact, you notice something else as you're going in. You see a figure that is sort of in another outcropping, like in the top of the mall. It's the chimera that you fought that attacked the fort, and they seem to be sort of lying there, with their 3 heads, looking around, guarding the entrance.
Yes.
That thing wasn't killed?
No, it flew away.
Mm.
And it did a little bit of damage, and then was like, no, these guys are too tough. I'm out of here. So all of a sudden you start hearing, explosions, like thunder going off, and the soldiers start looking around and see what's happening. And the chimera, looks up and jumps from the ledge to fall in amidst the soldiers to see what's going on. As it's leaping, all of a sudden the Androsphini just comes diving out of the sky. The sun slams into the chimera, pushes him against the wall of the canyon. The chimera sort of stunned, and then flies off, and the chimera's like leaves a gout of flame and starts flying after it. And you see soldiers trying to grab bows and arrows and lances, and this is where the titans from both sides of the canyon, they come in flying too from out of the sun, and the afternoon sun, and just slam the door, the ground with their maws. And then all of a sudden the like 2 waves of earth sort of like roll out, like, and it's just an earthquake effect, and rocks are falling, and the troops are shouting and all that, and you hear the sending, now, go now, right? And the Titans are blasting with their bolts and stuff like that, and dodging attacks, and they take a couple of spear shots and arrows from, but there's pandemonium everywhere, right? And you see the kobolds running, for cover because there's rocks coming from the sides of the canyon. Of the pandemonium, you got to charge from where you are. If you have to just go full spread. If somebody comes in your way, just slap them aside. This is the only way that it's going to happen, right?
Are we charging?
Of course.
Yes, charge, and Gygax just goes first.
This is the way.
Braith follows behind, and Lael runs ahead of all of you because he's super fast.
Yeah, Lael gets there and takes a 5-minute break. Out the tea.
One hobgoblin sort of throws a spear and flies over you. Another one takes a sword and maybe kicks just with. You have Stone Fury, right?
Yes.
You just decapitate him on his way out, and his head falls off, and the body electrified falls on the ground, and now because they're looking for enemies and more explosions from more of these thunderstones. I mean, this pandemonium, right? It's like the typical scene of a night raid on an enemy base, right? When you have explosions here and fireworks over there, and you're running, and you can see as the soldiers try to organize. I mean, some of them are getting off the ground because of the earthquake. In fact, a lot of them fell into cracks on the ground. Because these giant tears open up, and they fall, like dozens of them falling, and the giants are flying and moving and throwing bolts. I mean, you could try to stay and fight. The problem is that if even one small company of these troops realize what you're trying to do, you would be in real trouble.
Oh yeah,
right. So rocks are falling on the sides of the canyon. You're not even sure if this giant maw will not collapse. It's made out of stone. You're running. One of the teeth falls over near you. The upper teeth of the statue. You're in this. You go into the mall, right? It's a very long corridor, and inside it has these has dragon statues, right, on either side. Very large one, and they're painted. They're painted green, white, blue. And what's the other color? There's 2 more colors. Green. I'm leaving. Oh, green. I already mentioned green.
Always remember Roy G. Biv.
Green, right? Blue. Are you talking about black and red?
And black.
Okay.
Right. They're evenly distributed on the other side. They're giant-sized statues. And then you see these double bronze doors at the end that are open. Right, and you see some of the stone and stuff like that fall in the back. What are you gonna do? You see more light and illumination here. There's no windows. It's all dark except for the illumination of the braziers and other fires are burning here.
You mean braziers?
Huh?
Braziers are something else.
Yeah, women's clothing. Yeah.
Yeah, we got to get in and we got to close the brass doors behind us.
Yeah. So you're running, getting in. You close it. Like the you can see that the doors are not completely open or closed, they're sort of semi-open. They're so large that maybe a dragon could come through those doors, no problem. And what you can see is a relief of a giant dragon with 5 heads, sort of stomping another dragon to the ground, right? With one of those massive paws. You have no idea what this other dragon is. Maybe a religion check as you running in. Maybe you catch what the symbol is. So anybody has religion, you can roll.
Hey, Brave, welcome back. Would you like to roll religion?
Religion was never his strong suit. Just want to point that out. But okay.
I mean, yeah, at least got the skill right. Seven's up. Doing pretty good too.
I'm just having a smart guy.
Oh, I need to.
Yeah, with 12, you know that this is basically Tiamat in a battle with Bahamut. And of course, the battle shows Tiamat dominating Bahamut. And basically about to kill him, right? Maybe the final triumph of evil over good. So you come in, and we go to the map, to the final map.
Gee, I wonder what
The
we're
last
fighting.
map. Could be anyone. Maybe some sort of wizard that got away, you know?
Could even be a boat.
Could even be a boat.
It's always gonna be the joke that I'm playing this card.
So
Well, just
Hey.
remember, one of us has a deck of many things.
I know, that is the Trump. That is literally the last resort trump card if things go south.
Here's
I
hoping.
love it's like last resort trump card draws instant death.
Hey, I'm just imagining the football game scenario. I'm sorry, basketball game scenario where we're throwing the deck at one another. It's each of us dies.
no, I do have to put Brave's character in here.
Oh my gosh.
Oh
Yeah, it's
boy,
been a-
sizes.
It's been a while.
Alright, I'm
Yes,
no
I
longer
do.
radioactive.
We could be fighting anything. Even a goat.
I mean,
Do
technically,
you want me to put his character in there or no?
Yeah, go ahead.
technically, I'm not on the map either.
Alright. For note, I have in fact drunk the potion of heroism. It lasts a whole hour. This would be the time to have drunk it.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you your hit points and your armor class. You can keep track of that.
No, 106, not 109. Sorry.
104.1.
Which character is missing? Let me see.
I just dragged myself onto
uh,
the map.
Alexander, said
Oh, here.
Baylock. Yeah, no, we're all here, I think.
Okay. HP.
I'm assuming Marcus has
Lovecraft.
been with us the whole time and has been fighting with the other side.
Oh, you're saying that Marcus changed sides? That son
No.
of a bitch.
No, I mean he's like he's with the kobolds and shit outside. That's what I'm assuming at this
Right,
point.
we'll give him the dramatic mention over
Okay.
there, and I guess Zigzag's doing the same.
The double
Yep.
doors. It's a small antechamber. The double doors lead to a relatively small antechamber, and when you pass this antechamber, you hear the brass door sort of close behind you. And in front of you, Hicks, you kind of recognize his figure. He's a dragonborn who's also wearing a full plate, but the plate is made out of plates of dragon scale, blue dragon scale, and he has a potion in his hand. He uncorks it, drinks it, throws it away. You hear the glass crash, and he says, "Welcome home, brother."
Oh god. Drama.
Ooh, yeah, there we go, big drama.
I don't want to sound like a dick, but you could really be saying that just because you're dragonborn.
Oh
True.
yeah.
I'm about to say, I don't think
Who
in the
knows?
last 50-something episodes that there's been any hint of a...
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's
Lost
Raditz.
brother.
We're actually from space. Oh, guys.
Yeah,
but
this is
we'll
actually
go
your
ahead
Raditz.
Oh, I can't wait for the reveal that this is actually the introduction to the second season of Greyhawk into the Wild Coast.
Next time on Into the Wild
Oh no, if
Coast.
this was the Dragon Ball thing, this would actually be the turn of Greyhawk to the Wild Coast turns into Planescape, into the Wild, whatever.
Yeah,
We all
Welcome
roll
to,
the initiative.
Yeah, just go
Greyhawk
straight
Deep
into
High.
it. Okay.
yeah, we're going straight into it.
No.
Fucking
Alright.
11, really? Come
Kai
on,
is
Will.
when we turn Greyhawk to the Wild Coast from 50-something episodes into 25 episodes.
Wraith is still slow as shit.
Yeah.
You notice that he has an axe, but it's a battle axe, not a two-handed, but single-handed, and it's dripping. It's cold. You can see kind of a cold smoke, and you can see almost like dripping water out of it.
Yeah.
I like
probably
the-
a good time to ask and clarify. The cloak from last time, the Giant's Cape, is resistance to cold. Is that correct?
Yeah, but it's big. It's a big.
Big flowing cape.
Big.
That's what I got
Yeah.
today. I look cool.
I like the idea that I
Also,
see this axe of
square.
smoke coming off of it and immediately think, that's cold.
Let me start
Um,
doing the initiatives.
What's the proper term for that?
That's a
Fog,
frostbite.
perspiration,
Condensation.
Respiration, yeah.
condensation, maybe.
So as they're cool,
Condescension.
goes on 12.
Wow. Everyone's rolling awful.
I don't know. Most people rolled well, over 10.
Well, 3 people above 10, or it's 4
4
people
people above 10 and 3 people below 10.
Okay, all right, we're pretty average.
Don't say that. Only losers say that.
Ow.
Would you stub your toe?
No.
You fucking loser. I'm sorry, what?
Jesus Christ.
Look, my main character's already dead. I'm
Yeah,
never gonna
fuck your
see.
story.
I'm never gonna see my family again. What do you? Fucking got married on the last session. What the hell are you doing?
Cope and seethe.
Look, the most I can hope for is to try and squeeze in Gar paid me before I end this session.
This is also bored.
Gar paid me, so technically he fulfilled his contract and his family will survive, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh god, they're rolling well. Oh no.
Yeah.
Look, I told you, this is why I chose Lucky, just so I wouldn't die at the end.
So, I don't know why the Imperiums are here. Well, the Fire Giants. What is this?
They got fire giants again?
Yeah, no, they don't have Fire Giants here.
I think maybe you're seeing things that aren't showing to us because they're on a different map. Rest assured, anything showing up to us is the stuff that's here.
Right.
Axios. Actually, as you see behind, between you and Kix, let's see, goodbye. Okay. A wall of fire appears right behind Kix.
Uh-oh.
Is it from a visible source?
No.
Okay.
I'm assuming the see-through end isn't on our side.
The question is it going to damage forward or backwards? If it's backwards, that sucks for everybody. Oh no.
Yeah.
So sorry, everybody.
Behind one of the pillars appears a flying kobold laughing. You get to fight the boss all by yourself.
Just remember, everybody is in Alexander's +3 field. What did Alexander level up into?
Yeah.
They're still paladin.
No, I mean, did he put his points into charisma? Did he make it a +4? Or did he just do something stupid?
Oh, let me check. I forgot what I put him
I'm
under.
just gonna hold an action yet.
Just to me, if you haven't leveled him up yet, +2 and charisma seems to be the way to go.
No,
you can see them because you can see it because this creature is actually flying. So it's, it was invisible as it crawl. It uses the column sort of like move and sort of cover.
That's adorable.
And appeared and cast a spell. So yeah.
All right.
Because it's a wall fire. It's 5d8 on your side, but you guys are not in direct contact with it. So, but if you try to cross it,
well, it's like
you're gonna get burned.
What? There's a distance that it actually pushes out damage.
It's 10 feet.
Which is...
Yeah. So basically everyone starts completely trapped and taking damage.
You have to end your turn within the 10 feet or...
Yeah,
but we closed the door behind us, didn't we? Oh, wait, there's an antechamber
No, the
behind
door
us.
closed behind you, yeah.
Well, you said there's an antechamber behind us, or is there a door to the antechamber that closed behind us, too?
Yeah, the 2 double doors lead to the antechamber, and then this is it. So the antechamber is this, right here.
Oh, so there's literally nowhere to back up to. We're taking damage from this wall constantly.
So pretty much just walk through it. It's kind of the only.
If you're gonna take damage, you may as well take it only once.
Yeah. Because it is at the
what are you
end
gonna do at Axios? Yeah.
How tall is the wall?
Well, it's Alexander's first.
Yeah, Alexander.
Yeah.
How tall is the wall?
20 feet.
20 feet.
Okay, just checking.
No, Axios is an 18, right?
No, I have an 8.
Oh. Well.
Again, I think you're seeing the different map rules.
Yeah.
Yeah, for some reason So
Yeah.
Lael is also.
It goes
what's Lael- what's the number?
Alexander, Sevda, Bellic, one of your guys, Leo, Azar, Axios, the other one of your guys, Braith, Kix, and your Kobold that's already gone.
Yeah.
Do I know what? I don't know what level spell this is.
I think you just deleted Alexander.
Oh.
From the initiative
Roll-
order.
Yeah, roll again and I'll adjust it.
You had
Okay.
a 16.
Mm-hmm.
No, Alexander, Axios, you're still...
Alexander.
Also,
Yeah.
no,
Oh, yeah, no,
Sevda
I
also
see,
got
yeah.
lead.
I just saw that.
Yeah.
I rolled Alexander.
So there's that.
Okay.
Okay, so they're both at 16 now.
Sevda is at 13, so I want to erase that one. I don't know why it's.
I should be at 8, she should be at 16.
Oh, she should be at 16?
Yeah.
I think you just deleted
sorry.
Alexander again, did you?
No.
Stop deleting
Yeah.
Alexander.
Alexander's not on the initiative order again.
No, it says Alexander 3, so yeah.
No, that was old Alexander. This Alexander's on 16. He was the
Yeah,
first to act. Well, he was the
Okay.
second after your Kobold.
Yeah, okay, so 16.
I will roll them again.
No, don't roll again. I have it. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
I changed the old ones. Okay, so Alexander 16, Belloc.
Again, we can't
What
see the old one, though, so you just delete the old one so we can see it. And let...
You know what?
The problem is that you have the old... anything that's on another map, it shows up on the turn order, we can't see. So it's only a problem on your end.
I
Yeah.
don't know why that happened. Okay, do it again. Belloc is 16, right?
No, I'm where I'm supposed to be. I'm fine. Did you delete me? No, I'm fine.
He's on
I'm at
15.
15.
I'm deleting. Okay, so okay.
It looks good.
Something
now.
you could do is if you just open up the stream and another thing, you can see what I'm seeing without me having to tell you or anybody having to tell you.
Right.
I put it in the chat.
Did you? Sorry, I'm not looking at Discord.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only two enemies on the initiative are that Kobold and Azar Cool, by the way.
No, there's the two other guys. They just don't have
Yeah.
names.
They just don't have names.
Oh, they just don't have names? I didn't even see them.
That's why I
16,
said-
right?
Yeah.
Septa is
Yeah.
16, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to delete.
That's why when I was reading it out, I said one of your bad guys, and I said Azure Cool, and then another of your bad guys.
No, okay. Leo is at 11.
Yes.
Okay. Axios at 8. Brute, okay, and Kicks at 2. Okay, Alexander, what are you going to do?
Oh, well, I'd like to try and dispel the spell that's in front of me. So let me just double check something.
Dispel magic?
Does.
Oh, he does. That's... Yeah.
Brand new because of the level up. Anyway.
It's DC 5.
DC 14,
DC 14,
plus 1 for whatever upcast.
So what do I have to roll?
Okay,
DC 14.
Okay, 14.
Because let me check the wall of fire just real quick.
Yeah, it's base 5d8. So roll your... You would roll a charisma check,
Okay.
trying to get a 14 or better.
Regular charisma?
Or you could upcast it. Do you have 4th level spells yet?
I do not. No.
Did you increase your charisma, by the way?
No, I did not.
That's not what you did with your level. Okay.
No, I put it in Constitution actually, so I can make him a little beefier.
Oh, so we don't all get a +1 bonus to our saves. Cool.
Sorry.
It's what he's for! Never mind.
This is what happens
Only a
when you give
small
me a guy.
amount of salt.
Yeah,
So
I
this-
know. The guy who doesn't read backstories.
So, rolling charisma.
Mm-hmm.
That's an 18. That'll dispel.
Okay. The spell does. Well, yeah. That's your action.
Thank
That-
God.
You're
Is he
welcome.
moving?
everybody.
Sebda.
Is Alexander moving at all?
Oh, yeah, he'd probably move up over here.
Okay.
Now, they are not the only one with Wall of Fire.
I
Would
don't
it-
think
it
Wall
would
of
be
Fire is going to
funny.
affect
Actually,
them.
as you move there, as a wall disappears, someone else acts.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I want to point out that they all like the fire resistant types.
What kind of dragonborn is he? Is he red?
Red, yeah.
You said brother.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
Ignore resistance though.
Oh, on Sevda, right? Sorry, I was thinking
Yeah.
of you.
Oh, he's red, but he's using a cold weapon. Okay.
It's ironic. Get it?
I was
Okay,
going
yeah.
with the blue and whole cold theme. Or, well, I guess blue is electric, actually.
Woogie, woogie, woogie.
It'll
But
become very important in a few moments.
I could potentially cut off the spellcasters the same way that they are trying to do to us for our entire team.
I'm waiting because you said there was something that happened.
Yeah.
2 guys appear on the sides, and Alexander and Kix have to make dexterity constitution checks, I believe. Let me check.
Which one? That matters.
You had to make 2 of them, because this is what happens.
I think the thing to remember is that he said this is the final room, so don't think that we're just gonna fight 3 guys and it's gonna be it.
Yeah, there's a bunch of hidden dudes
Oh.
around, but
That
Yeah.
does remind me.
That's
the
a cone.
power
That's a-
D4.
Yeah, that's you already used that one and you haven't recharged it.
Oh no, I used Fighting Surge. I haven't used the power dice in some time.
Okay, so you're both caught in a 15-foot cone. You must make a con save DC or take half
Won't help
damage.
it much anyway.
Oof. That's
Even with the
brave.
Really? With the 10? Fuck off.
And Kix you have to make 2 saving throws, by the way.
What's
Okay.
the other one? You said Dex?
No, both of them are con.
So I have to do 2 con
Con 1,
saves.
Con 2, and I think I'll
So-
go ahead and roll Indomitable on the 10 there. And of course, it'll get the effects of Bless, so 14.
You don't have to use the. I guess if you're in.
If your total is
Alexander.
14, you miss one of them.
Yeah, so I missed the
So-
first one,
okay.
made the second.
Brave
so-
lost both of them, so
Well,
Alexander. So that means
does he not make the first one with the 14?
no, with the 14 makes one, but the second one he missed.
Okay.
So
Oh,
for
no,
those
the
who-
second one is 27, so I made both of them then.
Okay, so those who missed it, for everyone that missed has a level of exhaustion,
Yikes.
Okay, so
And-
Alexander has 1 exhaustion.
and you take the following damage. I'm just gonna roll it. Well, not twice, but to roll it
I-
separately.
I don't know what exhaustion means, so...
There's a little
Um,
part on the sheet where there's exhaustion underneath your hit dice.
He doesn't
and
have
you can
that
click that
label.
up by 1, and it'll tell you exactly what it's supposed to be.
So whoever missed the target, missed one. This is one for the miss. Has 25 points of damage, or half damage if you make the saving throw.
You have disadvantage on ability checks.
Yeah.
I
And
see it,
this-
alright.
The second one, I think everybody made it, so it's half damage. This.
Well, alright, I'm like 2 seconds behind. That's 25 damage total?
That's the first. For those who missed it, that's 25 damage
Yeah.
and point of exhaustion. Half damage if you made it. And the second attack,
Okay,
you
so
both made it, so no points of exhaustion, 10 points of necrotic damage. Actually,
Alright.
these guys, you've seen this before. You've seen these dark ones where they go like this, and a dark cloud appears in the palm of the hand, and sort of like energy flows from you, like they're draining your energy and goes into their bodies, and now they sort of have this dark aura around them.
Ooh.
Alright. Sevda!
Zepda, what are you gonna do?
yeah, I think the wall of fire might still be good. At least cutting off the spellcasters.
Yeah, block
If
their
so,
vision
go for
It
it.
is opaque, right?
from our side, right?
Yeah,
For
the
both
wall is
sides, I
opaque
think.
and lasts for the duration, which means they wouldn't be able to see us without, like, going around. How tall is this room?
About 40 feet.
Okay. So... Okay, so let's take a look.
It's in the book.
If we're here, how much is 20 feet? Okay. So with the circle version, I could just encircle all of them.
Mhm.
Or with the
Yep,
wall
create the
version,
oven.
I could cut off all of these three and anything else behind.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, their magic users flying up, though.
Yeah, this guy is flying, which is
Yeah.
annoying, but these two are not. Because I don't think they have wings. What is this guy on the left?
Hmm?
Like, what is he?
Which guy on the left?
The spell guy.
Yeah, they're
Next to
both
Azar.
clerics. They have robes, and they have robes
Okay.
that are with the and they have the symbol of a dragon. As a.
Is he also a dragonborn, or is he a
No, this one is a hobgoblin. This one is a goblin.
hobgoblin? Okay, gotcha. So what do we think? Circle or wall?
Just go for the circle. Make the oven.
Alright, let's see, let me look at the circle.
It's gonna hurt two of them, so it's good.
Yeah, so to 20 feet in diameter. So I don't know if I can catch both of them. Yeah. Cannot catch both of them with the circle.
3, 4, 20-foot diameter is like this,
yeah.
basically.
Whereas I can do the whole length of the room with the wall.
Then go for the wall.
So yeah, let's do a wall right down the middle of Azar, I guess. Also gonna do the Phoenix stuff for Mantle of Flame, that's what it is. For the bonus damage. Let's put that out. So, when the wall appears, each creature within its area must make a dex save. So, Azar and those guys. On a failed save, they take 5d8 or half. And the side facing to the north will deal damage. And I think those guys get shunted slightly by the wall.
Or rather, I guess, this guy who's going to be inside the wall because he's in 4 spaces probably needs to decide which side he wants to be on.
Well, I'm gonna put it on this side, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Just to try and push him back. Or have him walk through it. Do you still have that wall of fire thing?
You cast it?
Yep.
Nothing happens. Well, something does happen.
I mean, if we're counterspelling counterspells, that's what we're doing.
If you
Give it a
don't see
shot.
who's, if you're not, don't see the
they
person
invisible?
counterspelling. Yep.
Alright.
Another flying kobold appears.
Cool.
Cackling and laughing.
Come
He's about
here.
he's about 30 feet up, flying. Not so fast.
Quicken spell. What is it? Green flame blade. And just try and stab this dude.
Okay. Armor class.
Let me check green flame blade again. Okay. So, attempt to stab.
That's a hit.
And he takes... How much fire does it deal now? So, plus 1d8 fire, yeah. Plus 3 fire.
That's
Plus
6 points.
another 5 fire for the Phoenix stuff. So 8 fire, 3, yeah.
You see that the aura that they have absorbs most of the damage you do. You hit him,
That's fine.
but the aura sort of absorbs. The aura seems to also sort of diminish itself as well.
Yeah. And that's her turn.
Belloc.
Yeah, I guess I'll shoot at the one that Sebda just attacked.
Okay.
Yep.
What's a hit? That's a miss. That's a hit as well. That's a hit.
To be clear, that guy counterspelled at 4th level, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I deal that much damage, and then I move
So
over
you did...
to here.
Okay, 4.
58.
Belloc, make a... Okay, let me make this.
I also want to point out that since I dragged my token out, I don't actually have vision from my own token.
Never mind. You don't
So,
see
if you can just correct my token's vision, so I can
Just a
see.
moment. Yeah. It's 60, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. Okay.
It should be.
No, 120 feet. I'm a drow.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. You're a drow.
Super dark vision.
That's
Yeah.
actually, I believe, what it's called.
Official name, yeah.
Yeah. Act 3. He points at... He actually moves to the statue and sort of pats it like, Dragon Queen, put these miserable invaders in their place. So he's going to activate a one-time ability that's because he's the head priest of the place. All enemies have to make a DC 19 Wisdom saving throw or become frightened for 1 minute. You see that the statue, 4 illusory heads, because it's a red dragon statue with 4 more illusory heads happen, and sort of like seems to grow and just sort of start screaming, like roaring in your direction.
DC 19 Wisdom save? Oh boy.
Jesus.
What does aware of it mean?
It's a lair action.
No, I said aware. Aware. The third line. 120 feet of the
if you can
dragon
repeat
and
it, sure.
aware of it.
Wisdom throw. A creature that can repeat this
So me and Sevda are in
of the
form.
dragon and aware of it. In other words, if you're aware that you're seeing it,
That's why I said I'm
yeah.
around the corner from it. That's why I'm asking
Now,
aware of it.
yeah, no, you're not. You don't see it. You're not
Okay.
affected by it. Everyone else has to make a saving throw.
Everyone else failed so far.
So, I mean, why are you guys doing that?
Actually, no.
4,
You two have not failed.
23,
Yeah.
33.
Sebda and Axios did
And
not
Kix
fail.
has the +3, but it looks like it doesn't matter.
Yeah, the +3 and a D4, but I'm not going to hit 19.
So, frightened is disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls, and you can't
Mhm.
willingly move closer. You can
So,
repeat the saving throw at the end of its turn, ending the effect on itself on a success.
so who failed?
All my guys failed.
Okay, so Leo, let's see that you're frightened.
Basically, everyone except Axios and Sevda failed.
And Kix.
Oh, Kix didn't fail?
No,
Kix
Kix
failed.
failed.
Okay.
Got that 6.
That was, again, that's including the +3 from Alexander, right?
Yeah,
I'm
He rolled a
clearly I'm not
6.
talking about the 6.
yeah, but
Kix.
well, yeah, they wouldn't make it even with the +3.
It is Lael next.
Somebody has blessed, don't they?
Yeah, Kix does.
Oh,
But
he's the only
he
one.
rolled a 6.
Yeah.
I didn't know who had bless.
Leo.
Oh, we'll at least have heroism on deck, so
Remind me, Frighten is disadvantage on attacks, right?
Mhm.
yes. And you can't move closer.
You can't move closer
Willingly.
to the sword. The source being the statue. You can make a saving throw. Creature can repeat a saving throw at the end of its turns. So if you do nothing, you can make a saving throw.
You
at the
do
end.
have a dagger you can throw, though.
Lael is going to drink the troll blood potion
Okay.
that he was given. And I guess the saving throw now, right?
Yep.
This stays until we save, I assume.
Or 1 minute.
Oh, Jesus.
So 10 rounds.
Yeah, he's not going to save that then. All right.
Circle slowly moves until he gets to here. His weapon is drawn out. He's waiting. Well, brother, what are you waiting for?
Oh dear.
Well, I can only hit 3 people with this, but gonna stand here, and I will cast Heroism on Alexander, Kix, and Lael. They get 5 temporary hit points at the start of their turn, and they're immune to being frightened.
Hey, perfect.
So you are no longer frightened for the next minute, or until you make the save, I guess. I don't know.
This is magic fun.
And he also looked like he was deliberately moving slowly, because it almost was like he
Okay.
kind of like jumping almost, how fast he was trying to move. Like he was like almost restraining himself. Is that all you do?
Moving a spell.
Bonus action, Inspire Kix.
Hey, thank you.
Might as well, because you're probably going to be using Storm's Fury, which means you need to actually hit stuff.
Yep.
The goblin points a staff at Azarkul. Cast a spell. Is anybody going to do anything about it?
That's probably haste. It's haste, I imagine.
Do we know what the spell is?
Uh,
Do we recognize it?
Let me see. It's this spell as a bonus action.
Oh, he's casting Dispel.
Oh, Shield of Faith.
Mhm.
Okay.
I mean, do you want me to cast Dispel?
No.
Okay.
No, the spell magic is.
I don't
it
think
won't work.
that's-
It has to be counter. Has to be
Yeah.
counters.
I don't
And
think
as if-
counterspelling Shield of Faith is good when you can just hit the spellcaster and make them make concentration checks.
All
and then
right.
he's gonna do what he's gonna do. That's
He is
be
going to
it.
have like a 20 million AC, though.
Or
Mhm.
28.
Uh,
Mm-mm.
can he do this?
Does he have Quicken Spell?
No.
Or
he does
actually,
not.
no, that's a Shield of Faith is a bonus action, so.
Yeah. And this is he can actually do that. So he cast. What's the range on?
60 feet.
So which one is within his target range? Yeah, he saw you casting, so yeah. Make a DC Dexterity 14.
Okay, I'm in
Flame
the
sort of
aura.
flies and boom,
Very nice.
right to hit.
I make it.
No damage. Brave.
Didn't
Sadly,
wanna do
cannot
that?
hit Breathe with the anti-frighten.
He has a +9 for it, so he's not horrible.
Yeah.
Okay. With that 50 feet away, Braith is going to cast himself his spell now. And that is... Where the hell is it? Oh, this is Alexander's sheet, that's why.
Mhm.
God, this is going to be annoying.
Who did you hit heroism with again?
Kix, Alexander, and Lael.
Okay. So Alexander still has that screaming face on his token. I
Yeah,
was
that's,
confused.
I think that's for exhaustion.
Guiding bolt?
Guiding bolt. Just this level 1. We're not going to go
Uh-huh.
crazy. Going on the...
Arguably,
Gar-
Wraith
the
cannot see the statue between the pillars.
I know. Goblin Shaman.
On
The
the
one
goblin?
that just... Yeah, the one that
Okay.
just cast the thing
So
on
he's
the
gonna make a
goose.
saving
Oh.
throw.
I think
Yes.
it's an attack. Roll.
Yeah.
It is an attack, so I'm gonna roll. So it's a a chance that he won't get hit.
I guess counter arguably, Mandarin. He's got a lineup right between all the pillars.
There
The
it goes.
worst position.
I think a
that's a
17
hit.
probably hit,
That's a hit. So damage.
so it doesn't matter.
He'll take 14 radiant, and he
Okay.
can make that saving throw.
Con save. Okay.
Next attack against him has advantage.
He made it.
All right.
Barely.
Hicks.
There we go. Momentarily put aside by fear, but resolving himself with the heroism given to him.
Oh, hold on.
Oh.
I gotta do Braith saving throw.
Okay.
True.
He saves. We're good.
He's no longer frightened.
No longer fight.
I was never really worried about that with Braith.
Yeah.
So, Kix,
All right.
what are you gonna do?
If we're truly brothers, then surrender and put an end to this conflict immediately. But I'm here for a fight, too. So,
Do have a
this
guy
next to me is not a nice guy, I believe, correct? So,
He's a bad guy, yes.
I will be using one of my abilities as I go by, which is going to be Evasive Footwork, so I'll roll that if he tries to strike at me. He probably will. And generally, I'm taking this path up here. He's kind of fidgeting between two cells here, so I'm assuming I can probably hit him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is this guy down here going to strike at me?
Yes, he's gonna try.
Alright, so I'm going to roll a d10, and that'll add to my AC. An additional 5.
I believe that's a miss.
That absolutely does not hit.
You see that his not only his aura, but his fist also covered in this dark aura. You can feel the cold as it passes close to you. It's like you can almost feel like he's not so much hitting you, but trying to rip your life force away from you.
Alright. Now Kix is going to go for the first blow. I'm probably going to be doing 6 attacks this turn with Action Surge, so wish me luck.
Good luck.
So let's start with number 1, and things can roll with it, so I'm going to have to do these one at a time, a little slowly. A 17 with an
Miss.
extra d4, 19, and then I will roll my inspiration there for an extra d8, right? Or is it a
It's a
d10?
D10.
Yeah, I'll take the 7 anyway, though. That's going to
Yeah, might
be
as well.
9 plus 17. That's 26.
That's a miss.
A 26 is a miss.
Remember when I
He has
joked about
plus
it
2
being?
AC.
Remember when I joked about it being 28? Maybe.
Yeah, it's 28.
Well, now I know. So, because it's a miss, I still get to re-roll that for the next one. Let's do it. Storm Fury number 2. 23.
Mhm.
Oh, the 23 is a hit?
No, that just counting with the base. Yeah, I'm going like 23 is not a hit.
Alright, and then... There we go, 24 plus
Over 30.
8, 32.
Okay, so he interposes his shield. He does have a reaction.
He is
to
your
that
brother.
attack. He's gonna do this. Shield block.
I have dropped the shield and pulled out the axe.
What's your damage?
The damage here is 10 with 3 electricity.
So 1 electricity.
Are you maneuvering?
And I'm going to try to force him to drop his weapon.
You can see that.
Or
He
an
blocks your damage. He blocks it completely. Actually, no, he just blocks. Wait a minute, that can't be right.
Yeah, it's 1D.
Yeah,
you forgot
rolled
the 6.
1D.
6 plus 6.
Oh, whoops.
Okay, so he blocks 8 points of damage.
So it's down to 5 for him, and then an additional 4, so 9 damage at the moment.
And you
And
know
he's-
the electricity only goes down to 1. You see that
Mhm.
as you hit him, he sort of hooks Storm Fury with a shield, blocking most of the force. And the lightning try to hit over, but it actually sinks into his armor and sort of absorbs. And it's like,
Ooh,
it would not be that easy, brother.
good. So that is
So
my first hit, and
DC 17. Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of like his god is based on that elemental damage or something.
So it's a strength save, right?
yes, strength saving throw.
And Kix, why you gotta stand next to him sideways instead of in front of him?
Well, because I didn't want to fall directly into the trap he was laying. Like, he's walking slowly so that we walk through it. There's definitely something here.
Yeah, but
Yeah. He makes it. I mean, you
Oh.
batter aside, but
Oh,
he sort
he's
of
got a
recovers.
D4 too.
Yeah.
Very nice. Alright, and the third attack. Which is not going to be enough even with the D4. The inspiration is gone, so that is just going to be a miss, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, he's moving very fast, right? It's almost as if, one moment he's here and he's like, what the, and also it's surrounded by this aura of energy as well.
Yeah. I will actually go ahead and not use my action surge on him this turn.
Okay.
So I'll go ahead and let those 3 attacks lie. Kix is engaged.
He's like the Flash pretending to be slow.
Okay. So they're going to try the trick with the firewall.
Ooh,
Anybody going to try to counter that?
I'm looking at Axios and Sevda on that one because I don't have counterspell.
Okay, one of them is going to just throw a fireball, and the other one is going to do a firewall.
Okay.
And they are going to twin spells and also cast a secondary spell.
I'm going to go ahead and counter the firewall with counterspell from the ring.
Okay.
So Axios, you can go ahead and give that roll if it needs to be done.
No, it's a level 3, so it should be automatic.
Okay.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
That was 4.
No, fireball.
Hold on.
If you're countering the firewall,
yeah, the wall. The wall is what I want
to roll a DC 14. Yeah.
Or
do the fireball. It's free.
Okay, let's do the fireball. It's free. It's free real estate.
Question.
Okay.
Firewall will go through.
They're twin spelling?
Yes.
How?
Because
I think there's 2 of them, and they're both acting and casting spells.
No, but twin spell has to do spells that target only one creature. Right?
Quicken is what he's using.
Quicken spell. Okay.
That makes more sense.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I will.
So they'll cast a cantrip and
Yeah. That's fine. I will counter the wall of fire.
Okay, roll. Or upcast.
I will upcast.
Okay, so
I will use a fourth level slot.
But the firebolts are going to come out. And so one firebolt is going to go for Butcher, and the other one's going to go for Axios.
Butch, that's your new nickname.
Apparently.
Butch.
No, I know it's Brave, but
I prefer
Brave.
When Gar was around, he used to make fun of him for it too.
So that would be Firebolt. First for... Does a 16 hit, Axios?
Yeah.
Okay, you take 16 points of damage.
You mean...
Take 16 points of damage.
So you're doing the attack roll as damage?
14 points of damage, sorry.
14. Halved to 7.
No, you take 14 points of damage.
They ignore resistance?
Yeah.
In my defense, I thought Firebolt was going to be a lot lower damage.
Not if it's a higher level.
Well, I mean, as a cantrip.
Make the concentration with the buff from Alexander.
I'm sorry?
You lost a buff.
Because of heroism.
Oh, okay.
But with the +3 from Alexander, that becomes a 12, which saves.
No. I believe that Constitution check is just a 10. You have to...
Hold on.
I think...
Yeah, it would have been,
you
would have been 10 or better,
bonus.
so he thinks
Yeah.
Because Firebolt's a cantrip.
Yeah.
No. It's not that the cantrip is...
No, I know. It just has a maximum amount of damage it could have done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So it's a 10. It's and the other attack on Brave.
Mm-hmm.
That's a hit.
I believe. For 19 points of damage.
Jesus.
Actually, you realize it's like you should have been able to absorb some of that damage, but no. You're just like, what
Okay.
And if Brave has any spells that he's concentrating on, he should make a concentration check. If not, that's it.
No, he's not.
I don't think he
the
was.
moment.
Yeah, because he did Guiding Bolt.
Okay, the monks. This one's going to attack here. Well, first of all, more monks are going to appear because they're being holding their actions.
It's a barrel of monks. Jeez. Just come here for the F tier jokes.
That's why I'm coming here, yeah.
Brave and Belloc have to make a saving throw.
I don't see the one that's hitting me yet.
I'll put it on screen right now. You saw the 33 I posted earlier, right? Just so you know.
Oh yeah, no, I knew there was something here that was going to attack me. I'm not arguing that. I do not have Marcus would have seen that coming.
What saving?
Would a 33? Probably not.
Constitution.
No, I think he had like a 29 passive. I mean, he could have rolled and seen it, but who the hell knows?
Oh,
Yeah.
No, Brave
Yeah, this
makes
guy.
no saving
Again, he opens it, does the maul thing, and it opens. I'm gonna make.
Oh yeah, what was the
guys,
con save you said?
the con save is all of 15.
I'm good.
You made
So
it.
half
you take
damage?
half damage, and you don't.
Oh, another exhaustion thing.
Brave also makes the same thing.
I already failed.
Okay, so let's see how much damage this guy did.
Was Braith exhausted before, or was that somebody else?
That
Alexander.
was Alexander exhausted before.
So,
But it's only disadvantage on ability checks, which is not super relevant for them.
well, they do stack.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can die to exhaustion. I was just confused by
But
the
for now,
multiple
it's fine.
uses of the screamy face.
Mm-hmm.
I
So
thought-
12 for those who made it, 24 for those who didn't, and take an exhaustion.
Yeah, see, I thought y'all were using the screamy face for fear, which is why I was confused.
Yeah.
Where is this exhaustion thing?
I'm gonna give you the whole
Underneath your hit
It's in the
dice.
gear.
There is nothing
You
there.
have to enable it first. It's in the gear.
Oh, okay.
All right, let me look for it.
There. It should be on for you now.
I'm looking for it. I don't even see the damn thing.
Yeah, I just turned it on for you.
No, where was it? That's what I'm asking.
Okay. The gear on the right side, it's 5th from the bottom. It says
On
show
which
exhaustion
column?
tracking. The right side.
Far the right side column.
Yeah.
Okay, I see it. Okay.
5th from the bottom. Exhaustion tracking.
All right, I see it.
So yeah.
Next.
So I'm not done yet. 20 there. Okay. So the monks that are other ones, one is going to attack Axios, and two of them are going to attack Septa, or attacks on Septa. Actually, more attacks than that. They have 2 melee attacks. So, well, one is going to do a shadow strike, and the other one is going to do normal attack. So the dark strike is against Septa. 27,
Hits.
15.
Misses.
So that's 10 points of damage, and the
Yep.
shadow strike. That's a hit.
Hits. Everyone that hits takes 5 fire every time they hit.
Okay.
So let's see, that's 10 plus 30? So
What?
that guy takes 10 fire. Well, from the
that.
dark strike and the shadow strike.
Okay. Oh, so one each one takes. Okay, that's 5.
Yeah, so 5 and 5 for those 2 attacks.
I just realized what you were talking about before, that guy who got away from us. It's like, wait a second, we
Mhm.
saw these guys in the sewer.
Yeah.
That guy got away from us. It's like, oh yeah, that's right.
And the attacks on Axios.
Yeah.
2 dark strikes. I believe the 16
Both
hit.
hit.
Both hit. There you go. Necrotic, because again, their fists are covered in sort of this dark energy. Alexander.
Spirit Guardians goes up.
Oh, nice.
Still concentrating.
So that's what, 30, I believe?
Yeah, it's,
15, I'm sorry, 15 range.
15, yeah. Okay.
There you go. And
You're afraid still, so
yeah,
You're immune to frighten.
no, I'm not afraid. It's the other thing. It's the exhaustion.
yeah, the exhaustion, yeah.
Exhaustion, yeah.
So what are you gonna do? Both Septa and Axios are under attack. Kix is attacking Azarkul.
Well,
Velop
this-
seems also better. Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's going to move over here on top of this guy, but he can't attack because he just cast the spell. So,
Mm-hmm.
so that's
Okay.
it.
Okay. Septa. What is Septa gonna do?
Good
That's 2
question.
attackers on her. Even though they took damage, they just seem to be just going at it like they don't care about their own safety. Oh, by the way, I should do 2 reloads. D6. Nope. 6. Nope. They did not reload their ability.
God, the spell is so long. Okay, step 1, I think, is to just disengage.
Okay. That's her action.
And then to quicken spell something. Let's see, what can we... That's center. These guys are flying, right?
Yeah. By their
How
own
tall-
power. You see they have about 30 feet off the ground.
How tall is this statue?
The statue is about 15 feet.
Well, it would hit Kix, but it would hit everyone on if we're positioning it on the statue.
Do it.
It also ignores fire resistance, which is not great for you, but, you know.
I'm sure I'll be fine.
Alright, throw a fireball.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah. Nothing happens.
Happens? Or nothing happens?
Counter
Nothing happens.
spells.
Counter spell.
Invisible?
No. You can see who they are.
Oh, which one is it?
Let's say
Flying
this one's turn.
kobolds.
They're both flying. They both can counter spell. So if you're going to counter the counter spell, there'll still be a counter spell.
Can this guy even see me?
Yeah.
There's a
He's flying
pillar
over.
directly in the way.
Yeah, it really cuts
I mean, he
through
can-
that dark
he-
sphere circle.
Okay, so this guy's going to counter spell.
Because that vision block would make it one counter spell, which we could counter to make it happen.
Okay, so you're going to counter this guy's counter spell?
Yeah, we're doing it all.
Okay.
Make sure I'm on the right character sheet here. So let's throw this fireball. Put it up to this. Put it for. Make sure I have the fire thing enabled. Okay. Fireball.
Mhm.
Level. Cast. Is there any ones?
Okay. The kobolds don't get hit by the fireball. Azrakul gets hit by the fireball.
If I position it on the statue, which is 15 feet up, would it hit them? Yeah, then that. It also hits Kix, but I think that hits everyone in a 20-foot sphere from here, which is...
And this is the fireball that ignores resistances.
Yeah.
Ah, dang, I was one off from actually making the save.
Dexterity, right?
Sad. Yeah,
Did-
dexterity.
Did you actually use Indomitable? You didn't have to before, so you can use it this time, right?
No, I used it before. Because I rolled a 10 and then I re-rolled.
Yeah, but you had the
to it.
+3 from Alexander plus the 1 from your Bless, so you had 14 on that roll.
This also probably isn't the role I want to actually use Indomitable for. If so.
I need to reload to see.
Because it's a -1. I'm not going to make 17 on a -1 easily.
So what's
I just didn't know you want to
your-
take 41 damage.
What's the DC 17? Okay. And
Yeah,
Azrakul-
DC 17. So there's 3 1s, a 6, and a 5. Okay.
They'll miss.
Everybody missed.
39 damage,
Oh,
ignoring
fuck.
resistances.
Hmm.
And everyone who's concentrating on a spell needs to make the thing.
There we
39 halved is 14.
There are no concentration spells on you right now. That they're concentrating.
The Shield of
No,
Faith.
the shaman has one on as our cool. Remember, there's the
Yeah.
the
Well, that'd be
shield
a
of faith.
19, wouldn't it be? 19?
Oh, hold on.
39 divided by 2.
Oh yeah, that's 19.
Yeah.
I'm bad at math.
Nobody missed, so it doesn't matter.
So your what's the target for this? It's divided by 2.
Yeah,
Yeah,
19
Okay.
for the Shield of Faith thing.
Okay.
That ought to be a little rough.
You know, we're doing it. Yeah,
His armor class goes a little bit down.
I do.
huzzah.
Woohoo! Take every advantage we can.
Okay,
What was
so
it,
that
32?
was...
Now it's only 30, right?
Belloc, you have a guy in front of you.
Yeah,
What
yeah.
are you
So
gonna
what I do is I reach back behind me.
do? Wait a minute. Whoa. Guy disappeared here. I had a guy here. Where did it go?
Get a guy where?
He was under Alexander.
Okay, I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know why Alexander shifted.
I don't know.
I
Yeah.
don't know why either. I didn't
I
touch him.
saw it happen. I didn't see there was a guy where you moved to, though. So.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so as I was saying, Belloc reaches behind him and puts his hand on the pillar. And then he points at this stair right here, specifically that one, and casts darkness on it,
Okay.
which is a 15-foot radius. So
Mm-hmm.
if you want to put that out there, and I'll tell you my next step of my master plan.
Absolutely masterful plan.
15, and then
Oh, you're
You can't
measuring
see
off
your
the
own
grid.
darkness.
2,
Hey,
3.
you gotta take a look, man. You know.
It's a big circle like this, and if it's centered there, it'd be like this, right?
Yeah, you want to remind me, Lessons, what's the first thing I said I did?
You put your hand on the pillar.
Yes, so guiding myself, I circle around the pillar.
He's
Okay.
so big-brained. Oh God, why is the circle filled in?
Oh, I filled it in just for convenience, but I'll...
Yeah, because
put it
technically we shouldn't be able to
Can you,
know
like-
what's there, and they shouldn't be able to see.
Send
But-
it to back.
He still can attack you anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, disadvantaged.
Okay.
So 17.
hit.
I think it actually does. Hold on, let me just double check. Yep, that's exactly my armor class.
You took 14 points of damage.
You know, but it's more about them not attacking us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
They're the blind ones.
Okay. Anything else?
No, I think that was my galaxy brain at work.
Okay. So let's see what a Kree can do. Yeah, he's gonna do that.
Hey, Mass Cure. 3d8 plus spellcasting ability.
And who was doing that? Oh, the guy we
that
can't see the
is-
name of.
Yeah.
Yeah, the red one. 14.
Look, I just know I'm going to get braced this fight, so...
Be a little bit more confident.
Hey, I've already lost a third of my hit points, and I have barely touched this guy. So.
I feel I'm pretty confident I'm going to get braced. I have no tricks up my sleeve. I'm a one-trick pony.
Well, use that trick to start like whittling down some of the guys in range. I would say
I kind of did when I did like 50-something damage to one of them.
to one of the monks.
Yeah. Look, I'm not playing 3 characters to measure up to myself.
Okay. Well, he does that. And does he have a bonus? Oh, actually, no. No, he does. That's all he can do right now.
I went to playing
Leo.
37 characters to 1 character.
Leo's moving up here and is just going to go to town on the wounded monk.
Mm-hmm.
4 strikes using the key. Yes, ready?
Only 1 hit.
Wow. It takes 11,
Still there.
and that's the guy that was like severely wounded with 50 plus before. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
just making sure.
Okay. Asako turns to Kix and goes, well, now it's my turn. He's going to do, first of all, he's going to do a shield batch.
Ooh.
Actually, no, he
Bash me
gets
with a
hit.
shield and push me out of his reach because he was the center of 2 squares.
No, he's gonna bash you against the ground. So
Okay.
make a strength saving throw, DC 16.
Hey.
He's trying to shove you.
And with the D4, that will be a success.
And
Save.
he makes three attacks with his axe. 1, 2, 3.
Alright, first 2 are hits, last one is not.
So
There we go.
Really feeling the icy grip of death right there.
yeah,
Yeah, so the
And,
first one is going to get reduced down to 8. Second one is getting reduced down to 14.
Mhm.
And because of the mist, I will riposte. So
Okay.
let's do it. Do Storm's Fury and riposte. And with the extra D4, 26.
that's a hit.
There we go.
Let's go, the Shield of Faith is down.
Axios.
Okay. I said these guys are 30 feet up, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have a 30-foot cube. Have to drop the thing for your hit points, but that's fine. The matter is keeping concentration. Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna start by going behind this pillar. So that dude cannot see me.
Which dude?
This kobold that's flying.
Mm-hmm.
Even though he's already used his reaction, but it's fine, it's fine. I'm gonna throw the cube starting here.
Mhm.
And I guess it'll just go back this way.
Mhm.
So those guys, we're casting the thing, it's hitting everyone.
What level is it? 3?
Yeah, it
Level
has
3.
no upcast effect. I have a counter spell again because it's my turn.
Oh, he's gonna counter spell. This guy's gonna counter spell.
At 3rd level?
Yeah.
Okay, I will use my reaction. And my bonus action will be to target the... Which one do I want to fail to save the most? Maybe the cleric.
That might be wise, honestly.
Yeah, I'm gonna give the cleric unsettling words for his saving
Okay.
throw. Open my character sheet. So this is a DC 17 wisdom save. And the cleric,
The target is
a
20.
-8 to his save, or her save. Is the first one the cleric?
Yeah. Oh wait, let me check something real quick.
Okay. This is a charm effect.
Yeah. Contact this bill, please. You that come into the area and look into. You're a fiend, right?
Do I count as a fiend? As a tiefling? Or do I count as a
Probably.
humanoid? Time to go look.
I don't know.
Tiefling.
Humanoids.
I think they count as humanoids.
It's literally
yeah.
the first answer Google gives you. Tieflings are classed as humanoids, not fiends.
Okay. Not a fiend, then.
Then I'm gonna check this other one.
Alright. So many
Uh,
mechanics.
It's also the second response from D&D Next. Tieflings are not fiends.
Cool.
I guess paladins like to try and sense tieflings.
Mm.
What are the differences between a tiefling and a Cambion?
Really
Okay,
getting into
so
the intricacies
This
there.
doesn't work. Anyway. No, this works. So he failed the saving throw.
Cool. So then the goblin and the 2 flying dudes.
Goblin. He made it.
He made it.
And the brothers. Wisdom.
Mhm.
One made it, one did not, but it fell out of the sky. So I believe that actually forces him to make another saving throw.
Let's see. So,
Pattern appears moment advantages, creature takes a pattern.
incapacitated.
Affected,
with a
it takes a
speed of 0.
damage, or someone else would, yeah. Oh, it ends. So he falls to the ground, takes damage. So 2d6.
They were like 10 or 20 up. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, he wakes up. So
Okay.
only the priest is under the effect.
Okay, and then I'm gonna walk back this way.
That takes the priest out of the game, at least. For now.
Yeah. And one of them is no longer flying.
Okay.
So
Blue
it's
tech.
10 feet, 10 feet.
So if
The area is no longer required, correct?
Huh?
Yeah.
No longer required.
Okay. Boop. Getting rid of it.
And it's not like I'm gonna have concentration on this for long, considering it's about to happen to
Yeah,
me. But
this guy just kicks these masters like, wake up, wake up. So he wakes him up. Wraith.
okay, so he used his action. That's good.
Does his own mass cure wounds.
Okay.
So what is that? 3d8 plus spellcasting ability modifier, so 3d8 plus 5.
Where are you pointing?
Was it 60 feet? I'm going to point it on Alexander so it can hit everybody on our side.
Well, 6 people.
Yeah, choose up to 6 creatures in a 30.
Everybody except Lael, because Lael hasn't been hit yet.
2, 3, 4, 5.
So Sevda, Kix, Axios, Balok, Wraith, and Alexander.
Give us dice.
Did it come up?
No.
Yeah, okay.
Eventually.
So you can hit all of us. Cool.
Oh, that's why it's asking for the level. 22 for everybody.
Ooh, very nice.
Cool.
It appears we are evenly matched.
That gets us back into our range.
Okay.
And that is for Braith. Okay.
Kix.
Well, I mean, I guess Braith can move, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he can technically move, yeah.
He's going to position himself behind this pillar.
You don't want to... Okay.
What do you want me to do?
We're bailing on the right side of Saul.
What do you want me to do? Like go over here or something?
I don't know. I feel like I'm just about to get punched real hard.
All right, I'll go over here. And
Feel like
I don't
you
know
are
that
too.
you can do anything about that, but
I will move up here and provide you protection.
you can try.
I know I'll try. It doesn't mean I will.
Much as I was trying to help, I imagine those monks are just going to fly out of that darkness.
There we go.
Kix.
Alright, all done? Alright.
Yeah.
Yes. My family lost everything. You won't take away what we've built now. And, I'm gonna go ahead and start off.
I am your family. Serve the queen and find glory.
I'll never join you. Alright, let's do it. 3 attacks.
I am your brother.
1 with the D4 is a 26. That'll do it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll go ahead and spend another die to see if I can slap his shield out of his hand.
Okay.
Where is the button? I keep losing it. There we go.
Don't have temp HP anymore, by the way.
Oh, I don't? Okay, thank
No
you.
one does. Because they go away when the spell ends. Which is dumb.
Ooh.
Yeah. There we
Those
go.
Yikes. Steal a shield. Steal a shield.
I'm slapping
But
it out
he-
of his hands right now, and I'm in the middle of an attack. So
But he does. He's gonna block that damage he did because you hit him with a 26. So before he goes out, the shield goes out. He is going to do that.
Use it like an angry
he
hockey
still
puck.
totally gets to.
So, 4 points and 5, and 8. He takes only 13 points of damage.
There you go. And now the follow-up. So, Storm's Fury number 2. Let's move along. With the extra D4, that's going to be 26 for another 18.
Mm-hmm.
And with the shield out of his hand, now is the time to action surge. Let's go.
Means I was right about his AC.
Get him. Yeah, you were.
Okay.
So he should be at like 24 now.
Don't need a reroll for that one, so that's good. So that is another 21 right there.
No, I'm guessing his AC is actually 26.
And the last one
Yeah,
is
but
probably
two
going to
from
need
the
a
shield.
D4 just in case, 26.
No, I was guessing it was 28 with the shield, so 26 now.
Oh, okay,
without-
Yeah, you hit it on the number.
Or do you mean with the physical shield or the shield of faith?
Shield of Faith, sorry.
Okay, yeah, that's... Okay, same page then.
So
Yeah, and I see what you're saying.
you hit 3 times. Well, how much damage you did? 2. That's. He takes. He reduced the first attack by 10. So he took that. Yeah. The 11 missed. The 23 hits. The 29 hit, and the 23 hits.
Mhm.
Okay, so that's 16. That's 8. That's 9 points. 9.
Cake's just wailing with Storm's Fury. You
Yeah.
won't
This-
take our work from us.
8 and 2 is 10.
Cake's actually doing the fucking beatdown right now.
And
Yes.
5 and 2 is 12.
I
He
mean,
is
it's-
pretty messed up, but
It's just
he's
back
still
to the
there.
arena again, basically.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
30 sessions
Okay.
ago.
Only it is much more, what's the word?
It's a little bit
Devastating.
Dramatic.
It's a little bit
That too.
scarier, a little bit more dramatic. A little bit... few more monks.
Oh, here you go, doggy.
I mean, in fairness,
Free.
the arena was filled with people. I think that was the height of drama.
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
I'm gonna put him in top of Kix. He's flying above you, but I'm gonna put it aside so that it makes sense that don't cover
Okay.
one with the other. So both
Yeah.
of them are 30 feet, and they're gonna do
Okay.
twin
Eyes back
fireballs down here.
Ooh.
On
they're,
top of
they're doing
Kix?
it. No.
okay.
Okay. They're gonna center it here.
Okay, I can hit...
They're both
I-
behind pillars. You can actually
Yeah.
see either of them. You cannot see them. They go. They move. And
I also use my one reaction. I don't know that Sevda... Yeah, Sevda can't see them.
Looks like we're taking
Oh,
it.
yeah, she's all the way
Yeah.
back there.
Better get those mass cure wounds up, Braith.
Yup.
I only
It's
got
gonna
like
hurt.
I think I only got like 2 more I can do.
yeah, where I put the little circles here. That's
Actually, no, I can do 1 more.
So they're centering it behind me? Right
Yeah.
here?
right
Okay.
here.
Yeah, so that hits everyone, including the monks. Yeah, that hits
Yeah,
literally
they
everyone.
don't care. They don't care.
Oh,
Alright.
good.
Well, it's something, but it's not gonna feel good. And they ignore my resistance.
So what are you gonna do?
Don't think I can do anything.
Well, that's 2 fireballs.
What's the save? It's a reflex what?
It's
It's
dexterity.
reflex. It's dexterity.
Or, excuse me, dexterity what?
I'm gonna put it right here.
Let's take a look.
50.
DC 15, okay.
Alright, Alexander. Shit.
Myself, I make it. Sevda does not.
Wraith is gonna hurt. Wraith made it! Fuck yeah!
30
Oh,
Yeah.
we have to make 2 saves?
Yeah, they're 2 fireballs.
Okay. Make it again with the
Lil
buff.
made it.
Wow, failed both.
Lil made both.
So both of them are 30.
Okay.
So total is 60.
Alrighty. Wraith made 1,
Oh god, 60?
and Alexander failed
Jesus,
both.
okay. So I take half from saving, not from resistance.
Yeah, you have no resistance.
So down to
This guy's dead.
30.
This guy's
And
like, what are you?
Septa goes to 1. Use the Phoenix Spark. Barely alive.
Oh, he made it. He also made it, so only take 30 points.
Hey, monks, you want to go after your masters after that?
You see, they had their tongues cut out as a sign of their devotion, so couldn't answer if they wanted to.
You actually see the shock collars on them. They're forced and compelled to. You can't take them off without remove curse. It'll take an hour.
Yeah.
You know,
They're also gonna twin spell. They're gonna attack Axios
Quicken.
and they're gonna quicken and Wraith. This one's gonna get a firebolt
Against AC, right?
Yeah.
Who's this to?
That's Wraith. I think that miss, and against Axios,
That's a miss.
Also
miss.
missed.
The Dark Monks.
Saved,
This guy has to make
saving
have to make 7 throws.
Against me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alexander's.
Wait a minute, no, you have to make a.
Oh yeah, you have to make.
two concentration.
Did Alexander save or fail?
No, he failed
He
both,
failed.
so he has to make 2
Okay.
concentrations, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Easy.
What is that?
It
Constitution.
was 30.
So
yeah.
15.
That made it. Yeah. That
Are you
made it.
serious? What the fuck, game? All
So
right.
it's out. So yeah, the aura is out.
Didn't even get to use it.
So the monks. This guy's gonna go on Leo.
Even after all that, they're still loyal. Go for it.
Do you know how many years of training they put in?
Both miss.
Yeah, they only.
If
have
you wish to
attack.
defeat me, you must train for another 300 years.
And these guys
1,000
gonna
years
make
too early to defeat me.
wisdom checks. Yeah, they're milling around.
Darkness doing work.
All right.
Actually, they end up going in the wrong direction.
Just in time for my
You
death.
can walk up the stairs. And just leave.
Shoot the fuck out of some of those kobolds because we can't handle. We got to get rid of them.
I got a plan, don't worry.
All
I'm
right.
gonna cast spells.
I got my plan. My plans are like 10 turns in advance.
I might just kill Azar. We'll see.
you already won this fight 36 minutes ago. Do you think you Bullock would have entered it if you had any chance of defeat?
Oh, I wish I could say that. I already planned to die. You can't defeat my plans when I plan to fail.
The
Okay, Leo and Alexander has to make a save throw. So.
For God's sakes, go away. What is this? Wisdom?
No, it's con.
Con. Alright, so here's Lale.
It's a Constitution throw DC 15.
Of course, Lale fails, of
I
course.
mean, we already knew that guy was there. It's symmetrical. 3 guys on one side, 3 guys on the other.
yeah.
Oh, Alex makes that one.
Okay. So the ones that failed have a point of.
So Lael gets 1 point of exhaustion. Everyone at 1. Thankfully saving against the second point.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if Lale had 2, he would just move as fast as the rest of us.
True.
So the damage is 48 plus 3. Or 19 points of damage. And again, an aura of darkness covers his body.
Alright.
And this guy missed. And the other guys missed. Oh, and this guy right here. You see, he's actually just casting all those spells. It's like.
Please
he goes
no.
like this.
Please no.
Hold on.
Do this.
Can Braith do something?
Does Braith have literally anything
Uh.
of the interception variety?
No, he doesn't.
The only thing he can intercept is arrows, and nobody's shooting arrows.
That's a Lael. Yeah, multi-attack.
Dark Strike.
That misses. That hits.
Not terrible.
Okay, I can take 16 damage.
I just want to remember that time we took like 17 fireballs from a flying invisible sorcerer? We're fine, guys.
Yeah.
We're just fine.
Yeah. Well, he didn't ignore fire resistance.
That
So
and the
it's slightly
flying
better.
invisible sorcerer also didn't have 4 monks on our ass either at the same time.
No, he had a bunch of other dudes on our ass. He had his own troops, if you remember. We'd beat them too.
Alexander, you had an attempt to take your life force away. You're pretty wounded. What are you gonna do? And Leo is getting wailed on.
Well, Alexander's getting annoyed. That's all I know. So,
Cool.
3d6 extra radiant, and we'll attempt to blind. We're going after the new monk.
Okay.
So let's strike.
You have 2 attacks, I believe, right? That's the
Yes.
hit. And that's a miss.
So 6 plus 3d8 on top. Plus another 16 radiant. And con saving throw be blinded, DC 15.
Does Alexander has the empowered strikes now to deal an extra D8?
He is blinded.
I don't know.
Right?
Empowered strikes. He has improved divine smite.
I think that might be it.
So what's your total damage?
Or are you thinking about the cleric, which is Braith, who has that?
22.
No, I don't.
22. Yeah.
I
He
think
didn't take.
yeah, it's improved divine smite. You just deal an extra D8 on every hit.
Oh, alright then.
Yeah, so roll an extra D8.
Another 6 on top.
So yeah, most of the damage that you did, the unholy aura absorbs, but some of them went through. You can see that he as he got him like.
Question:
Oh.
the first one was the one that did the smite, right?
Yeah.
Which means the second one would have advantage
The second one
because he's blinded.
with a 1. Even with a 17, he missed.
Okay, just checking. Nice.
Stabbed them. What was that
Second.
1 hit point?
Yeah, had to activate the Phoenix Spark.
I'm newly married.
Quick thing: this kobold was prone and then started flying, right?
Yeah, it's part of his movement. They're both behind the pillars, by the way. So
Yeah.
you don't actually see them right now. You'll have to look from where you are.
yeah.
But what's the
But
wizard's
that
answer
means
to
they
everything?
can't see me.
Yeah, they did an area attack, so
Yeah. But if I can't see them, they can't see me, which means they can't counterspell me. Let's go take a look at what we can do here. Could Sickening Radiance instead of Fireball deal less damage, probably, but it's a duration effect, which means they would have to come towards us. I don't know how I feel about that. I think I'm just gonna Fireball again. Same target, put it on the statue so it hits the air stuff. Yeah. Let's do that, and then maybe we can quicken spell something. So let's start with the Fireball.
where in the statue?
Whatever the center point is, which I imagine is the part that's 15 feet up.
So you're gonna take kicks as well.
Yeah, it's still gonna hit kicks.
Yep.
Okay.
I mean,
Still
He-
penetrates defenses too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's all good.
So this
Taking it for the team.
You'll be okay,
it's
Kix, don't worry.
37 fire on a dex save. The High Priestess is prone, so they have disadvantage, right? Or is that? Let me see.
That's range attacks only.
Crawl. Yeah, that's only range. Okay. But yeah. So, Kix makes it, so he takes half.
The priest makes it.
Makes it. So I'm gonna check half of 37.
Look, if we win and you don't survive, Kix, we'll just change the nameplate on the statue.
36. So it's
It's,
3.
18 halved.
The
18,
hero of
yeah.
Greyhawk, Belloc. 19?
18.
18.
18. Bam.
He also made it. Oof. liver. See about these two. Didn't make it. Did make it.
So one of them failed for 37. Okay.
One died.
Yes.
Sick.
And the other one is alive.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. And then Azar, has he made it? He is not yet.
Yeah, so cool. I haven't cast for him
he's
yet.
coming.
I do love the overlapping names now, though.
Let's go.
Azar kicks the shield.
37 fire to Azar. Ignores resistance.
He has no resistance.
Cool.
Oh shit.
So then there's more to do still. What do we have that we can do still? So can quicken spell or get a spell slot back. What could we quicken? Firebolt, bonfire. Neither of those are particularly great. I think I'm gonna put a bonfire under Mr. Evil Man, Dragonborn. So it's a dex save. DC 17 for 11 fire. Fails. Then gonna pop around the corner.
Okay.
And I need to do this so I can. There we go. Yeah. Gonna get cover.
Belloc.
Alright. I think my first step is to move around this dude, but not out of his threat range. So we're fine. I will use my bonus action, a second wind. Get 20 hit points back. Then I'll use my action for Drow Magic to cast Fairy Fire. I think, right here? In order to get Azazir and these two in it.
Okay.
So, unfortunately, I'm a shit person, so I think you only need to beat a DC 11 dex save?
Would that would
Dex
drop
save,
the
yeah.
darkness though, right?
Yes.
Sure. Doesn't matter to me.
Is Fairy Fire actually concentration?
I don't know.
Yeah, it is. It is.
That's why I said it doesn't matter to me, because I don't really... Fairy Fire gave us a
That's
turn.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Dexterity.
let's see those
You said dexterity, right?
Yeah.
Well, he's very fired.
Cool.
He's also very fired. Actually, he's not very fired.
Alright. And then I'm going to Action Surge.
Nice.
Oh, God. If my bet is correct, then Azar, whatever, has a 24 AC at the moment. And that means I would have no chance to snipe him.
But he is probably very low.
Right.
You do have advantage, which will help you in any circumstance.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, sure, I'll go for it.
You probably don't even need a sharpshooter to kill him, as long as you hit him a couple times.
I'd say go after somebody else, honestly. Let's whittle down some of these like heavy hitters.
Cool, nice to hear you. 3 people talking at once. We
That's
talk
3
with
votes.
one voice. Yeah, cool, but I don't work by democracy. I don't even know who you are. Alright, that's 1. I'm assuming that's a hit.
Yes.
With advantage too, so that one's actually a crit.
Yeah, you kill him.
Nice.
Kill steal accomplished.
Let's go.
Congrats, you won
Let's
the
hope
game.
he doesn't get to make a death saves.
I mean, my bet is that there's like 5 other guys just like him that are gonna show up.
Akri sees it. Executive feels like, that My dear friend was a mistake. And he touches the he gets up and touches the statue.
Which one?
This guy right here. He was
Yeah,
prone.
that person's
Now
just
he's
handling the layer
cleric.
actions.
Yeah, layer actions.
So let's see. Did I? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Ooh, that was a mistake.
He touches the
Wow, my hand
statue.
is shaking.
He touches the statue and it shifts
casts-
backwards.
Earthquake.
Someone told the
earthquake.
Titans to hold off on it. Ah.
Let's see.
My first thought was it looks like the statue from Super Metroid, so it's sliding backwards
Oh, it
and
kinda
revealing
does.
a pit.
Oh, hey, Morph Ball. Wow, that's nice.
I don't know what you're looking at. Oh, you're talking about. Sorry.
I'm talking about under the statue.
Yeah. You were continuing with
see that
Super
the-
Metroid. I thought it was something
There's
happening on a map.
A flame appears under the statue, and you see the kobold that is flying. It was like, okay. Oh no! He shouts, and yeah, this happens.
Oh my god.
Oh, fuck!
Oh.
Cool,
Well,
just
I don't
outside
think
the range.
Yeah, but Kix is not.
Cool. Gar would still be happy.
Come on,
This
need
probably
200
doesn't
damage.
ignore your resistance though, Kix.
Yeah, that'll help a lot, and we'll see what save.
You
I
have no
make.
resistance against this.
Okay.
You don't. You have. No one has fire resistance here.
And somewhere in
Dang.
another campaign, you hear a whisper, "Let there be death."
This is an anti-resistance.
A joke 53 weeks in the making.
Oh my gosh, it really.
That's 46 points of damage.
Dexterity
that's
save.
Dexterity save 18.
Okay.
I will not make it even with my D4.
Indomitable. You still have Indomitable.
I could. I don't. Again, I don't feel like it for dexterity. I'm okay with taking damage. I'm less okay with taking instant death effects like whole person,
Yeah.
which these guys could still do.
Yeah, I totally understand. I took 60 points without using mine, so
Mhm.
this isn't the save.
It's never the save.
This is not the way.
I mean, I have Indomitable and 3 points of Lucky, and I chose not to use anything to save me.
Alright, but there we go. Kicks the scales going from red to black, just being burned to charcoal here.
Yeah.
Can't
Is
even
that,
do the poison.
Is that kobold dead?
Yeah, the kobold is dead.
Man, those
Very
24
much so.
hit points are really helping you out right now.
Oh, good.
I love the amount of friendly fire they got.
Everyone's friendly firing everyone right now. And all with fire effects.
Leo.
Lale purposely is going to take an attack of opportunity. Oh, first, Troll Blood Potion. That goes off at this point. So
Does.
how much?
Yeah.
How much does that
Every-
heal? So
Your con bonus, or 1, whichever is higher.
3.
Oh,
Yep,
by the
so
way,
three
which
of
one of those two is glowing?
This one is glowing. Well, both of they're no longer glowing because, but they're within.
No, they'd still be glowing. None of them. Well, one of them failed to save against Fairy Fire, so one of them is glowing.
That's
yeah,
the
this
goblin.
one right here.
I'm
He's
sorry,
still
can you
Fairy
ping it
Fire.
again? I was looking to the side.
The
Okay.
This one.
goblin dude.
Yeah.
Alright, because I saw the names, but I don't know which one is waiting to what, so it didn't matter.
All right, ready?
Yeah. What are you gonna do?
Is going right up to the goblin and going to start.
Yeah, you take 2 attacks of opportunity.
At disadvantage.
Yeah, go ahead.
1 at disadvantage.
One at disadvantage, yeah.
With 1 at disadvantage.
Misses. That's a hit.
It's
Okay.
16 points of damage.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. What are you gonna do?
He goes up to the goblin, and since he has advantage or whatever at this point, because he's what it is, key points to beat the shit out of him.
Okay. Yeah, that'll kill.
Good. That's one less
Nice.
to worry about. And the cleric's next.
Axios.
And there's a lot of guys here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
6 left. That we can know
Wait a
about.
minute, you cannot do that
Why can't I do
because
that?
you're still afraid, right?
No, I wasn't. afraid. That's the other effect.
Again,
Oh, you
the,
still-
That's
the,
exhaustion, yeah.
the fear phase being used for other things. It's very confusing.
Yeah, never mind. Okay, this guy's not prone, by the way. He got up.
Okay. Good to know. But anyway, yeah, there's a bunch of guys next to me. What can I do about that? Oh, God.
Withdraw.
Yeah, I mean, I could disengage, but that's not gonna help when they just rush me anyways.
Punch them back.
I'm not that great at punching them back. I'll be real. So, I think, this guy is a bit of an issue. I'm gonna cast blindness on the one next to me and the one over here.
Okay.
So I'm gonna upcast it to 3rd level for this, so I can actually target both of them. DC 17 Constitution save, and I'm gonna hit the one next to me with Unsealing Words because I want to be safe.
Is blindness a illusion spell?
It's a necromancy spell.
Okay. So
Oh, I remember that from back in the sewers.
Bro, I'm
he made
illusion
it,
spell.
and the
Let
other
me roll my
guy
D10.
also made it.
10 on the guy next to me, so he fails.
He failed.
The other guy is fine. Let me see. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna circle around everything to this side of the pillar.
Alright. You know there's 2 guys over there.
I know there's 2 guys over there, but I'm assuming they're up here now. Which means they're probably gonna attack Kix. Or you. Or Lael.
I mean, it's really a 33, 33, 33, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Very
good
unsafe.
time. Break.
But at
What are you
least
gonna
Wraith can heal, so...
Well, I was gonna do a cool move, but it looks like we need healing down here, don't we?
Yeah, because healing the most uncool of moves, right?
Yeah.
Well, no, I was gonna heal Kick 70 HP.
Jesus.
Can't Alexander do that?
No.
Yeah, I think he literally can. He can do 75.
He does have lay on hands, yeah.
Yeah, he can use the full amount.
Oh, if I use the... Okay, I could do that then, I guess. But no, he's gonna deal with the guy in front of him instead. Okay. Burning the last of it, then the Mass Cure.
Who is he not targeting? Because
Technically, I
he
think
has
the
to
only
miss
one he...
one person.
I think the only one he can't really target is Lael, because Lael is up on the top there, so...
Oh, yeah, he would be out of range.
Where are you pointing? 30 feet.
I imagine the same place that hits all of us, yeah.
Yeah, same place that hit everybody from before.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that still gets Kix and Septa.
Yep. So this will be 3d8 plus spellcasting ability, like before. Let's hope it's a good bonus.
Mm-hmm.
Remember the pop-up asking you for your level.
No, I'm looking for it on the sheet so I can press the button. 17.
Okay. Alright. That was a minus.
Oh, I'm sorry, I just killed myself.
Alright.
And I can't do anything else, really, unfortunately.
You have your ability that lets you attack is a bonus action. Does it require you to take the attack action?
He doesn't have a weapon while he's holding right now.
Also, yes, it does.
Okay.
Hicks, what are you gonna do?
I'm gonna go ahead and just kind of look at Azar's body as it burns and goes, good family reunion. And I'm gonna go ahead and move on down here to help out my friends.
Azar, you were the chosen one!
No, go after the cleric. Get rid of that asshole.
Lael's on top of that, and you guys are struggling, so I'm going to help out here.
Okay. So,
1, 2, 3. And D4, D4.
Yeah, you have advantage on all those attacks.
Yeah.
How much damage are you making? What's the total damage?
Quite a bit
34.
53.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's dead.
Just
Saved.
laughing because advantage literally doesn't matter. You rolled best on all your first rolls.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's their turn, right? So, yeah, they're gonna go here.
Sure is.
Go here. Gotta go here.
Hiding underneath.
Oh god, he's on the lower layer. Oh no.
Just remember when I used to use my owl to give everyone advantage all the time, and then nobody ever
So-
needed it ever.
Yeah, I know your pain.
So I want to roll 3 d6s. 1 d6 for the bottom. He didn't make it. And 1 d6. Actually, because they killed the other guy. Ooh, he made it. Okay. Leo, make 2 saving throws for me.
This is why I said go north. Was this
DC
To who?
15.
I don't recall you ever saying that.
I don't think this would have helped in that respect.
Made a 1.
saves them both?
Twice.
Yes.
Okay.
Nice.
So that's
Only damage. Still might kill you.
8.
Oh, the irony. Braith's on the field and somebody else might get Braithed.
So half that damage. So it's
24.
24 points of damage.
24, 34, 5, 6, 7. 24, you said?
Yeah.
24, yeah. But they both.
That was for both of them?
Yeah. This
Okay.
substitutes some higher value. Yeah. You see that their auras grow even more intense. This guy didn't make it, so actually, yeah. Did he? No, actually, he didn't. He didn't use it. So, yeah. Alexander, make a saving throw. Yeah, there's a guy right here.
Wait, for what?
Well, the same thing. Yeah.
Oh, because he's attacking. I'm sorry. 17?
Yeah, I made it.
Okay.
8 plus 3. You take 10 points of damage. And this guy makes a attack with a disadvantage against Alexander.
Okay.
2 attacks, actually. 1 and 2.
Both
He
miss.
misses both.
Yeah.
And now he's going to make a saving throw. And he's still blinded. Alexander, you have 2 opponents on top of you.
That's perfectly fine. The one that has been struck.
Hmm?
We're gonna do. Let's see.
You do not have advantage against him.
I don't have advantage against either. That's good.
Actually, no. Yeah, the one you struck earlier with the you have advantage against him. Sorry. So that the 2 of them are both of them are wounded. So
Yeah, I was gonna say. I thought I was gonna do that. So
Just
we're gonna.
attack the blinded one.
Yeah, I plan to. It's gonna be a divine smite on him.
Nice.
I believe. Second level, you hit a creature with it. Oh, improved divine smite now.
Yeah.
Extra
so-
1d8.
Yeah. Hold on. I think he should be able to. On here, you can put in a.
Oh, you're the one that's doing that. I keep wondering why my sheet messes up.
The one-handed now adds a D8 radiant. Yeah, there you go.
17.
– 17 and 14.
Lessons?
here, go ahead. 17 misses.
Alright, so he misses both, so we're done.
Yeah,
Can't
these
really do
guys are
anything else.
these guys are pretty fast. even blinded.
Yeah.
Alexander has the flank, so if you all could, move up and not get burned by the damn thing, that'd be good.
I don't know. Seems too risky.
Let's see. So, I think Scorching Ray on the blinded guy.
Okay.
For safety reasons. So this is at advantage. Put that on. We are still Mantle of Flame. Alright, so 3 attacks. All bunch of fire damage.
29
18 hit.
hits, and the 18 hits.
Okay, so 12, 25, 32.
Yeah. He's rope catching fire, but he's still there.
Okay. What else can we do? Probably want to hold sorcery points for now.
Okay. Belloc.
So back into cover.
Advantage against the blinded guy, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Alright, 1 shot against the blinded guy.
That's a hit.
7 points kill him.
No.
A 2nd shot against the blinded guy. That is incredibly low damage. 11 points kill him.
Nope.
3rd shot.
That's a hit.
Why am I rolling so low? Aw, damn it, I'm using the wrong shot. Alright, whatever. Alright, so he's dead. Okay, my final shot.
He does die.
Yeah, but I'm gonna use my final shot on the obviously not blinded guy, but realizing now that I was hitting the wrong one this every time.
Mm-hmm.
So 16
That's
hit.
a miss.
Alright. I will precision strike.
Okay.
Need a 2.
So 17 hit?
More than a 1.
Nope.
You know what? Fuck it. I've invested so much in this. I'm gonna use lucky. The point of lucky.
Alright.
Damn it.
Even worse.
Well, that's higher. No, that's higher than your base roll.
Oh, right. 14 plus
14 plus
4 is 18, and then goes to 19 with the
Yeah.
one from precision
Okay,
strike.
that hit.
Alright.
Okay, yeah. Your base roll was 10.
17 damage against a guy beneath Alexander.
Yeah, he's still there.
Yeah,
Pretty
the
wounded,
moment
but-
I realized I was hitting my plus 11 non-sniper crossbow.
What
God
can
damn
this
it.
guy do? Oh, he's gonna do it. He's gonna do it. Let me see. Yeah, you can't see him. Got a pillar between them.
Should have realized when I rolled a 30. It's impossible for me to roll a 30 with my sniper shot.
Yeah.
This guy's an asshole, so he's gonna do it.
Do I get an attack on him?
No.
Okay.
It's a spell that he's gonna cast. He's gonna cast Blade Barrier.
Who's casting it?
Fuck is that?
Is it one of
The
these 3
cleric.
guys?
The
The
priest.
cleric. Yeah.
If you cast in melee of somebody, isn't that an off attack?
No.
No.
Am I thinking of a different
In
system?
this edition,
Pathfinder.
yeah.
That's in Pathfinder.
I don't get so much overflow, man.
I understand completely.
Yeah, Blade Barrier. Create a vertical wall wielding razor blades made of magical enemy. This wall appears within range and lasts for the duration. It can make a straight up wall per turn. When a creature enters a wall for the first time on its turn, the creature must make a dexterity saving throw or a fail save. The creature faces 60-10 slashing damage. So he's gonna put it right on top of you guys.
Okay. Is he
no,
doing
these-
the wall or the circle?
He's doing the actually he can do the circle around Leo. Yeah, he's gonna do the circle around Leo.
So he's gonna hit all of his own guys?
No, I mean he can corner it. He doesn't have to do it like a circle would be. Let me see.
Say around Leo, it's just one guy though.
I mean he doesn't have to center it on Leo.
I'm just saying, you said you guys, so I thought it was going to hit all of us down here in the south.
No,
and
no,
then
no.
you're like,
The wall
Leo.
appears within range unless rotation can make a straight up wall 100 feet long, 20 feet high, or 60 feet in diameter, 20 feet high, and yeah, it's gonna be up to 60 feet. So it's gonna put it over here. Yeah, it's gonna put it pretty far, so that it's between Leo and him, and the monks don't get hit. So, 60-foot circle.
It is a dex save, so you can evasion it, which is good. Assuming you save.
But also that means he can retreat after the wall is put there.
Yeah.
Am I?
Because he gets 3/4 cover.
Okay, But all right, so he has the wall around me, basically. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a big ass wall, basically. It basically takes the entire corner here. Like, small. You're in the little corner of the wall.
Is it dark in here, by the way?
No,
Okay,
not really.
I mean, there are
there's darkness
shadows,
around.
but yeah.
Am I making that deck save now?
If you start your turn at it or walk through it.
I start my turn in it next, so...
Well, it depends on how he positions it.
Yeah, you're.
It's basically the same as Wall of Fire, but bigger.
Yeah.
And dex and slashing.
Yeah, there we go. That's more like it.
Are we ready then?
Well, he's gonna move. He's gonna do the wall, and he's gonna move.
Get an op attack, but he has like +5 to his AC.
Alright. Take 21.
See what his AC is.
Yeah, AC +5.
Yeah, you miss. I move behind the statue. And he cast a bonus spell? Let me see if this has a bonus spell. I believe he does have a bonus spell.
If it's a cantrip, yeah. Or if he has Quicken Spell. But no, that still has to be a cantrip.
Has to be a cantrip. Let me see. One action, nope, that has to be bonus. No, he can't do anything more than that. Yeah. Yeah, he moves as far away as he can from you. Was here.
Telling you guys, we gotta defeat all of the bosses so all those things the statue's holding explode and reveal the underground pit.
Oh no, we killed the final one and the whole thing is collapsing.
So
Leo explodes.
You start your turn in it.
I
Or
guess saving
enter
throw.
it for the first
18.
time. What's the DC?
The DC for this guy is.
Is evasion the half damage on top of half damage thing?
Yeah, it's half damage or no damage.
Oh, so he succeeds, he
Yeah.
would take no damage.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And he could just walk right through it.
Well,
What's-
thankfully
what-
he cast a cure on you, so you're good.
No, that's thanks.
You-
That's
you
right.
got the
Let's
number?
do it.
It's 5. It's
Spellcasting modifier is 5, and their proficiency bonus is 5, right?
No,
Should be-
it's 17. So,
I
you
make it.
So he
then.
makes it so you take no damage.
Yeah, because.
But you. So where are you going to put yourself? You still have opportunity attacks.
Yeah, you are in the wall.
Yeah.
So you can move out of it for free.
But then I get up attacked if I move out of it. No.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hmm.
Which could also take you out.
But
This is why
that's
you. I'm just gonna say it again. This
potentially-
is why you should have been up here, Kicks. Anyway, I will stay where
He's
I
gonna
am.
bitch to his death, isn't he?
Well, if you stay where you are, you're going to have to keep making saving throws all the time.
I'm well aware. I have a better chance of making the saving throw than getting through the op attack at the moment.
I do, of course, love the image of Lil just constantly flipping through blades and still kicking out punches. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna do 4 attacks on the monk directly in front of me then.
Okay.
Ready?
Moment, just I want to make sure this guy is dead. No, not this guy.
The fire is dead. We
Death
killed
to
it.
the fireball.
This guy is dead.
I believe. I already did. I believe only the other 2 hits because he has 17 as minimum, right?
Yeah, 20, 24 hits. Yeah.
All right, so 7, 13.
Okay. Again, when you hit the fist, even though your fists are magical,
it doesn't do anything.
The energy around him dissipates the hits. Like it's like hitting a punching bag, basically. Like what the? That's so cool. Is the Axios?
His body burns.
Yeah, he's just consuming the flame.
Okay, what can I do?
Britannia burns.
This guy is hiding behind there.
Yeah.
And these 2 guys came out of there, so that's not an issue anymore. Okay. Can I get to that guy? Would I be able to see him from there? From about here?
No, the statue's still in the middle. It's a big statue.
Okay.
The same reason you can put a 15-foot fireball and take everybody is the reason why.
Yeah. So I probably have to stand like this way then, or something. Okay. Well, can't do much about that. So instead, I guess I can try an AoE here. 20 feet. Okay. Yeah, because I can see that point. I'm going to throw down a Synaptic Static to hit the 2 monks and the guy.
The statue would give him cover, by the way. 3/4 cover.
It's an intelligence save.
Still.
Yeah. Let's say it does the thing. Yeah, so that's the one that, yeah. So, Synaptic Static is an intelligence save for the 3 of them.
He makes it.
Okay, he takes half, which is 13.
Mm-hmm. And the wall is gone.
Nice.
Oh, good.
I did it. I did a thing.
And
then the 2 monks, yeah.
It's intelligence. What type of spell is this?
Yeah. Intelligence, it is a...
Psychic damage.
Yeah.
But what's a school?
The school is enchantment.
Rain, charm, and imaging spells, yeah. So they have advantage.
Okay.
Intelligence saves.
That still
So
fails.
to make it...
That
also
still
fails.
fails. So
Even
27 damage, and for the next minute, they subtract a d6 from their attack rolls, ability checks, and constitution saves for concentration, which is not relevant. And they get a new save at the end of their turn.
27, 6... 16, yeah.
And then, so if he wanted to cast a spell, he'd have to pop out, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless he does an area attack.
Unless he does an AoE, yeah. Okay, so can I get somewhere more safe? Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna move up here. And that is not a concentration spell.
Mm-hmm.
So
Where are you moving?
I moved like this to the
Okay.
this room up here.
Okay, kicks. Actually, no, brave. There's a monk down here and 2 monks up there.
No, I'm aware. Sure.
Okay. Kicks.
Hold on.
What are you gonna do?
Brain's got more to do.
I mean,
Go
like,
Got stuff.
I mean, I don't want to.
No, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Yeah, go ahead.
Where the fuck is it? I can't find it, so we'll just do something else. Never mind.
Mm-hmm.
So what else are you doing then?
We're gonna do the guiding bolt as always, but I'm gonna up it to level 3, and I'm gonna hit this monk that's been wounded.
Mhm.
So guiding bolt. 16.
That's a
Wait, what's that thing that I can do that can give me like the plus money or the plus attack?
Your channel divinity
Yes, I think that's what I can do.
should be like Empower Strike or something.
Second level. Blah, 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 blah. Isn't it guided strike?
Yeah, it's Guided Strike.
I get a plus 10 bonus on the roll.
Yeah, with a
So-
plus 10, you hit.
Yeah. So then, all right, we'll do the damage. It's at level 3.
It's 5d6.
Mark your channel divinity wherever it is.
22. Not horrible.
That's pretty solid.
22, I see 12 here.
Higher level cast is 10.
He's still
it.
there, though.
All right.
And the next attack against him has advantage.
And that's it for me for now. And I marked off one of
so-
the channel divinities.
Kicks.
Yep, up to kicks now.
Yeah, go ahead, Kicks.
All right, let's do this. Well, I'm moving back up. You already know exactly the path I'm taking there. Thanks for pointing it out. And I'm coming up here and help Lael because I can't reach the cleric yet this turn. So,
Mhm.
gonna attack the guy directly to my left now, and we'll just see how long it takes to kill them.
Mhm.
And any other attacks will go towards the next one. So the first one,
Miss.
16, actually.
Miss.
Okay,
Yeah, they have an 18
move along. Hey,
Yeah,
that'll do it
It's a
then.
hit.
Yep,
for
so that's 13 more damage to him. And one more, 10 more damage. Not exactly the best damage rolls ever, but...
26.
And there we go. Move up,
Okay,
swing
so
the sword. Or
from the
axe,
top.
I guess.
He recharges. He doesn't recharge. He doesn't recharge. So this guy, he's gonna make a saving throw, Leo.
Constitution?
Constitution DC 15, yes.
Nope.
You have another level of exhaustion,
What is
You
speed?
take-
Speed
Speed
tab.
halved.
and you take
14.
14 points of damage.
1
Jesus
HP.
fuck, man.
Bro, 1 HP saved. Actually saved.
You're fine. You're fine. You're fine.
That
This
absolutely
is fine.
should've taken you down.
This
Hmm.
guy,
As long as the other one doesn't hit you.
this is gonna split attacks. One's gonna be a Leo, one is gonna be a Kix.
Okay.
69
Leo.
damage to kicks.
Miss.
It's a miss, and the one that kicks also a miss.
That's miss. There you go.
Nice.
And here, down here, 2 attacks on Alexander.
Nice.
That second one gets through.
Those.
12 points of damage.
You know, I kind of forgot that guy was still there.
Alexander.
That's fine.
Despite shooting at him, I forgot he was there.
He won't be around for much longer.
Oh, you didn't save, did you? How much damage did I do?
14.
Support 14, yeah.
God, Alexander can't make it, so he cannot lay hands.
Just hit the guy below you.
Yep. All right.
Leia will be fine.
Well, I had another trick up my sleeve, so don't worry.
It's called your mechanical arm to prevent damage return.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting that. God damn it.
Yeah. Don't you hate it when you hear about things in hindsight?
All right, so I do another smite.
Yes,
If
because
you
it's
can.
when you hit.
That's a hit.
That's a hit.
And you're going to throw a smite on that?
Yeah, we're throwing the smite on that.
Cool.
Yeah, you kill. If you throw a smite, he's dead.
Nice.
All right, well, yeah, then he's dead.
Uh,
I don't even have to roll the other hit.
you could move 30 feet up and attack this guy.
No, we can split attacks like that in this game?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
you can move
I
and
missed.
attack. That misses. It's fine. It's fine. It's the threat that counts. Yeah, Sevda.
If I was to make a suggestion, start going after the damn cleric, please.
Well, that's going to be hard, but yeah, we can try.
Will you three stop talking in unison?
Sebda, what is Sebda gonna do?
Alexander shouts, "Stop, go after the cleric. I got the monks."
Let's see. How much cover does he have from here? Like 3/4?
3/4, yeah.
Which means it's going to be existentially hard to hit her. Or him.
Exponentially.
Exponentially.
You have a philosophical problem with hitting him too, if you want.
I mean, yeah,
Well, literally,
existentially
if
as well.
he kills him, it's existential then, yeah, as well. So, yeah.
We can see the ground under him, though, right?
Shoot him in the feet.
They'll get 3/4.
Yeah, but I think I'm gonna throw a bonfire down there. Because everything else is like, an attack roll.
Okay.
And then probably regain a spell slot. So let's put down a bonfire.
It's +4, just saving throw. He makes it.
Yeah. So no damage, but there is a thing there.
Okay. Belloc.
I'm gonna
And
move.
then I will see about a spell slot.
Move right here. And even if he had cover, I ignore it.
True.
So I guess I'll try the sniper shots. This time, actually clicking the right ones.
That's a hit. That's a miss. That's a hit. That's a miss.
So 39 damage.
He's dead.
Nice.
Good.
Leo.
Now we only have to worry about them. So Lael is throwing all caution into the wind at this point.
No sorcery points left.
Burning more key. Guy in front. 4 hits.
$24 and 18 hits. And 28.
Alright,
Nice.
so 10, 21, 28 damage.
8, 4, yeah, 14. He's
Okay.
still there.
Alright.
Badly wounded, even with his, and you see that the aura that he had protected him dissipates. Axios.
And of course I heal a little bit
Yeah.
from the troll blood, of course.
Yeah, 3 points.
Yeah.
I now can take a hit for nothing.
Which one is more wounded?
I mean, there's so many movement around you really can't tell. Both of them are wounded.
Okay. Both of them are hurt. Oh, well, let's see. If I do this as the upcast. So it would be +3. No, I'll just do it normally. Alright, I'm gonna come over here. I'm gonna target the top, or the middle guy with a Dissonant Whispers. Second level. Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Okay, he has advantage against that. That's a wisdom, right?
Yeah. Dissonant Whispers is enchantment, yep.
He made
So
it.
halved is 12?
Yeah, 12.
Yeah, 24 down to 12.
Still dead.
And do I wish to inspire? Yeah, let's inspire Kicks.
Brave.
Thank you.
Don't know if this is the end of the combat or not, and I was saving this for emergency. But I'm just going to do an automatic heal. I target within range. I say a prayer, and I heal Lael 70 hit points automatically.
Okay.
Not dead.
And that's it.
Very cool.
Kicks.
Alright, so still got these two guys from me. Cleric's dead, perfect. I could just focus on them. Let's do it. So, let's start with the first one. 20, which will be a
That
hit.
hits. Mhm.
That's a crit. That may very well end it there. Is that one dead?
How much damage you doing?
So far that is 13 on the first one, followed by 25 on the second one.
Yeah, that will kill. The second one.
And then follow up to the one that Lael's dealing with. 20 for another 19.
Yeah.
Double
There we
kill.
go. And end it. Ooh.
Yeah. I mean, you kill the last guy, and you hear like a laugh. It's like, and Bluff's like, I will give you a worthy opponent. One last chance to run. She is coming. And it's the Akri. The queen is coming.
Hey,
You hear from outside. You hear like a roar.
Oh, God.
What are you guys gonna do?
No, it's Tiamat. Oh god.
I suspect there might be more going on here. Quick, everyone.
Destroy the statue.
I think the thing to do here is to recreate that old D&D book cover, and we start pulling the eyes out of the statue.
Quick,
Yeah.
everyone, steal the gem.
Steal all their shit. Fuck up the statue.
The statue
I guess-
basically doesn't. They're basically they're made out of glass. Still, the eyes, so they're you know that they're not
Yeah.
very.
I guess more importantly, we would like the arcane and religious focus people to figure out what's going on first and then make an informed decision.
And then also steal all of the enemy's shit.
And also
And
steal
remem-
everything. Sure.
Remember also that there's a virtual army outside. The distraction is not going to last too long.
Yeah, is there any other exits out of here, or was the
Nope.
place we came in the only thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, alright. Well, you said religious to do what now?
Well, they're literally summoning a god here. What do you know about that?
Nothing.
It doesn't seem like he was summoning. He was simply saying, the
She's
queen is
coming.
coming.
Yeah.
Hicks, you can make an intelligence check or a history check actually.
Let's do it.
I miss my intelligent character.
That's a lot.
You vaguely remember that you were taking from your mother was a red dragon that took eggs from other dragons and started making dragonborn. And she was known as the Queen of Fire.
Oh, that queen. Oh, right. I almost
Yeah,
completely forgot about that one.
That one.
Yeah.
Right.
And that was an ancient dragon when your
the dragon
parents, the people who liberated you, were other dragonborns, your parents liberated you. So, yeah.
That dragon. Yeah. So, are you all ready for a dragon?
Do any of these guys have cool shit on them?
I mean, basically all the cool shit is on Loki. Cool shit is on.
Okay.
That's cool.
Follow-up question: do any of the spellcasters have material components worth money?
No.
Damn.
Wraith takes Azrakul's axe.
So they
'cause he
strip
needs
all
a
the
weapon.
robes off all the monks and just pretend to be those monks, and we might get out of here alive.
Yeah. Just
What-
disguise
We'll have
kid
to
everyone.
stop the dragon, otherwise it
You know that
will simply take control of
the
the
monks
horses.
actually have the triangle symbol. They're actually human, and they have that triangle symbol on them.
Of course.
Oh, I
Of course
see.
it's still them.
I see the hint. Guys, we need to form a human pyramid.
So what are you guys gonna do?
Well, as I said, Braith is taking the axe because he needs a weapon.
Yes,
Yeah.
that'll be a good idea.
So what's the stats on the axe?
It'll take a while for you to attune the axe. So right now you don't know what it
Is
is.
that a long rest attunement or is that a short rest attunement?
It's a short
That's a
rest
short
attunement.
rest.
I forgot what it takes.
It takes an hour
Too many
for
games.
magic items. Yeah.
Um,
What else does he have on him?
Armor, shield, and a ring.
Okay.
Warring.
Kix, you want this shield?
Sure. I mean, it didn't seem to be much any more special than mine. What's
The
the deal with the
armor is a full plate. Is made out of blue dragon scale. You know that as much.
Okay.
Ooh.
Is that
So
better
you
than
really
the
want that.
star? Is that better than the
Does-
star plate you wear?
Well, again, that will take some time, or you know.
Yeah.
Right.
And
does
again,
the
and you hear
shield-
the roar.
Look, just take his fucking body. All right, fuck it. Just take his body. Let's get the fuck out.
Human shield.
Yeah.
Does he not have a note in his pocket that his boss gave him that wrote down exactly what their plans were?
I take the axe and I decapitate the cleric's head just in case.
Okay.
I do certainly feel we don't exactly have the time to sit here and take a rest. We should
And
go ahead.
also, a
and
lot of
attempt-
you are exhausted as well. So I mean,
Yeah,
you can
let's
dispel exhaust with spells,
leave.
but so you run for the doors. You get outside.
God, if only
The
we had a
giants-
necromancer
the
with speak to dead or something.
The Titans are retreating. You don't see either the kobolds or the Angic Sphinx or the other guy, the Chimera.
Yeah.
But you do see this crossing the setting sun. You see this very large red dragon at the distance, sort of circling around. And as you see that, the troops are, they're running. They're not staying around. Apparently they fear her more than whoever was giving them commands.
Right.
So you start running, and eventually she comes down. She doesn't even come down. She's just pure fury, and she's huge. She burns hobgoblins, grabs at some of them and tosses them against the walls. She is absolutely furious. And after probably half an hour of attacking and burning and just her pure fury, she flies away.
She
But
got
still
out of her system.
you still have hundreds of soldiers there. Some of them, many of them wounded, but they're still there. So getting back into the temple now that your allies have left, it's gonna be difficult.
Mhm.
Yeah.
What do you mean this
So-
temple, the one we were in?
Mm-hmm.
Why did we leave?
Because it definitely sounded like they were coming for us.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought you guys ran out to fight a dragon. I was like, why the fuck would I do that?
No, we were running to run away from the dragon.
I say, especially in daylight, where I am worse off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So night falls and you find a shelter nearby, right?
Mhm.
And of course, you recall that Asarkul was the name in the documents you found before,
Yes.
conveniently, that he was the leader of this army, right? And
Not
eventually
anymore.
you eventually find a way back to the coast. the ship is, you get a ship and you go north. It takes you about a month or so. So by the time you actually no, it's much easier actually for you to go west toward a dwarven lands. And you do have, after you manage to cross into the combat lines between nomad lands into the dwarves, you get questioned. There's some problems. Local commander comes in, but eventually you're able to talk your way through it. Somebody recognizes you. You mentioned the name of the ambassador, and that helps you. You spend probably a day or so in a situation where you don't know whether the dwarves, and it's a combined army of dwarves, humans, halflings. There's some elves as well, but an elf and a dwarf both, they gave the word and said, no, yeah, they recognize you as Kix. They said, this is who you are, etc. Mm-hmm. So they're like, okay, fine, whatever. So they let you go, and you're able to travel. So it takes you about a month and a half to get back to your land. So you have to basically go all the way around, back to Greyhawk, down to Greyhawk again, and then back to your lands. But you come laden with treasure, right? The treasure you took from the giants, and other people, and the drow that you killed. I'm sure nobody has ascending. I think one of you has ascending spell.
We have the sending stone.
Yeah, which was specifically to like someone in particular, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, to the woman.
And Braith could always just prepare it on the fly. Yeah. Now that we have Braith back.
I'm looking, yeah, he has it.
Okay.
Send ahead to Greyhawk. By the way, dragon.
Yeah.
Hey, we assassinated the enemy general, by the way.
Enemy
leadership destroyed. Dragon eating army seems pretty cool.
Bailing the fuck out now.
Yeah. So you arrive basically in spring, early summer. There's you have enough money now to fully round out your stronghold, or at least close to it, because all the gems and all the stuff that you got, and if you convert some magical items as well. Mm-hmm. And there's a huge celebration waiting for you guys, right? You made it. You defeated the forces in the south. At least the danger is past, at least for the moment.
I guess I'm Chewbacca.
The raids, as such as they are, go back to minimal, right? But there's no major armies moving. Mm-hmm. And there's you celebrate your great victory over the draconic forces of the south. Eventually, you get news from Greyhawk that the old Lord Mayor has passed away, and the leader of let me see what his name is. I'm gonna check real quick.
Can't wait for everyone to be confused because Wraith is alive again.
Yeah, those who recognize was like, what's going on here? Goes.
How the fuck is he alive? How did he get to the fucking Horde Kingdoms?
Did they know that I'm dead?
Like, he got better.
They should.
I mean,
literally only told everyone that ever heard about you that you died.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Just Cass sending repeatedly to everyone he knows, I lived, bitch.
Yeah.
That's where the second season starts, where Braith has to do everything that Marcus did to legally make himself alive again.
There you go.
Braith just like, my muscles were too strong for death to contain me.
Yeah.
Yep.
Basically, the leader of the nearby city takes over temporarily, but the Turin Deathstalker is the one that takes over on the city, at least temporarily. Until such time as they can find a replacement. But Turing is about he looks younger, but he is known to be about the same age as the Lord Mayor anyway. So that's why he's taking over temporarily, right? But yeah, you're back among your people, right? And you're celebrating, and
literally could be further from my people.
Even the Ewoks are here.
Those who are not drow.
Yeah, we just wrapped Belloc into coming with us.
Well,
I mean-
you could go back as an assassin to your people and see what they think about it, or you could just come out and hang with us, and we're perfectly cool with you.
I think you might remember that those people that we were fighting didn't believe in wealth, so those weren't my people either.
Yeah,
that's
you would.
pretty fair.
I mean, you could try and go back through them to get to your people.
There are other ways through the
Be a
Underdark.
hero. Yeah.
Well, in either case, you're
Or you
welcome
could
to
just follow
stay
us.
here until you figure out a plan.
Yeah.
Yes, here in the sunlight, where I'm perfectly comfortable.
I'll buy
You
you
did
an
kill that
umbrella.
guy you were trying to kill, so
Yep.
you know,
Yep, that certainly
And-
was my goal.
And
100%.
so winter comes eventually, and you Pasquarel signs they pledge loyalty to you, to Baron Kix. In fact, Baron, because of your your heroic deeds, you get a new title. Now you're Count Kix.
Woo!
Hey, congrats.
Yo.
I guess-
Uh,
Was it Count at which point you become Marquis as well? Because technically this is a border area, or is
Yeah,
Marquis
you're the
the
Marquis.
next one up? Yeah, there you
no,
go.
it's the same. Yeah.
Yeah,
you're
there you go,
Count
thank you.
as a
Fog.
title, but your position, military position, as a Marquis. So
Yeah.
you're
Got
a marcher
promoted
lord,
twice.
basically.
Kix
Two different
Marquis.
places.
I like it. Kix Marquis
Uh,
has a ring to it.
And basically, all this region from Narwhal to the border, now it's under your control.
That's a
So now
big
you're the
promotion.
military. It's a big promotion, right? You prove
Nice.
yourself. You can defend the
The
area.
shield gets bigger.
Yeah.
Oh, what a
And
great ending
also-
for my worst enemy.
And also, you receive word that a group of hobgoblins are going reach your borders, and they say that essentially they ask you for permission to live in the village that's on the side on the war zone, the one that you almost all went there and was always destroyed.
Yeah.
You remember that the leader of those hobgoblins this is a much smaller group, was the same guy that you made a deal with to try to cross through the portal.
Oh, nice.
I imagine that, like, when we come to meet again, he'll probably explain, like, oh, right, he was at this temple and he got attacked by a dragon and he and his men fled. It's like, may have had something to do with that.
Well,
That's a
he
crazy
explains
story.
that his former leader, Asarku, the group of people he got assassinated. The power behind him, this great dragon, basically decided, went a little crazy, and it's like, yeah, no, we're not gonna stay. Now the group that he has is much smaller, a couple of hundred as opposed to the nearly 1,000 or so that he commanded when he went through the portal. But he explains to you that basically says, well, you prove to be an honorable sort, and I suspect that if I keep to my side of the border, we shouldn't have much problems. And if you are in need of trained mercenaries to protect the border, well, we could help.
Well, I am always in need of more friends.
The elves don't look too
They don't.
kindly on that, but you're the lord in the region, and you have done well by them. They're like, as long as they stay over there,
Right.
and they basically said, it's fight evil with evil, right? If they're willing to fight,
Mhm.
but the moment they don't, well, you got to be prepared to.
We've
do
got
something about it.
rapport, we've got mutual goals, we got honor, we got everything. We're good.
So
oh gosh,
that's
cards and
I mean, that's like half of the. Yeah.
Bray. It's much younger now. Even though when you die, you were much older.
Yeah.
Your physical age right now is about 25.
The fuck?
Yeah, you.
Yeah,
happened
bro.
to most of your
Heaven's
beard?
wild.
That's
Yeah,
half
you
your
were- you
age,
were-
isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
your returns basically in your prime. You've been given a second chance, basically, to do over your life.
Oh wow.
That's your reward, but also your penance, I suppose. You get a second chance, but it's like, and in fact, when they check you decide to, well, let's visit my tomb. Your tomb is empty, right?
Mhm.
I mean,
Oh, now
the
you're
box
Jesus.
and yeah. Well, it's basically because he gets reconstituted in his new body.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that they have to move
sense.
they had to
I
move the
will-
boulder out of the
Jesus.
way to see that Jesus was not longer in there. So.
I will
Walk on water?
No, I'm gonna hang up my weapons, and we're just gonna go full pious cleric.
Start handing out loaves and fishes?
Kinda, yeah.
He literally could.
You could set up a church here, Cord. It will be appreciated.
Yes, of course. I will do that, and I will be the retiring for practitioner for it, I think, is where
It's about time we got a
Alexander didn't get Alexander was much older, and he didn't get a second chance, but he had family in Greyhawk, and decides, well, my job here is done, so I'll go back to my family.
I have to go now.
My family needs me.
Yeah.
My people need me. Flies into the
You
tunnel
also part of the celebration.
Alexander died on the way home.
It's a celebration. It's also a wedding, and as a special guest, someone's father shows up, and that is Septa's father.
Oh God.
It's a little tense, but basically Septa lays down the law. She says, "This is the man I love. This is the man I'm going to marry. He has proven himself to be honorable and true and courageous. His courage has faltered at times, but he has found his strength more times than I can count. And there's nothing you can say that will stop me from having this marriage. I like Akbar put us both on this world so we can be happy together." And his father basically should look at her, looks at you, and the only thing he does is basically just hugs her and stands back and says nothing.
Aww.
You know?
All right.
He doesn't look like he approves or disapproves, but he clearly is not going to go against her wishes. He approves of her desires. He doesn't say if you heard her, blah blah blah. He doesn't say any of that. He just simply
Not cringe.
Yeah, he's not gonna get at the proverbial magical shotgun and go like, "Well, if you heard my little girl, not gonna like." Mostly because there are no shotguns in this world.
Well,
And
Yeah.
so,
it's a crossbow.
Zigzag might
Zigzag has a gun.
Yeah. Lightning
Kinda.
bolt wedding, zap.
I mean, yeah, he has an arcane sort of weapon that works
Yeah.
like a gun, but is not a gun.
Not a gun, but is a gun. Who knows?
and so I don't know anyone else who. Well, Leo.
Yes.
You can keep your arm or ditch it as you see fit, but you've gotten used to it, so that's entirely up to him.
Lale
He's gonna keep the arm or think that it's time to pass it on.
Lale will actually keep it, and he is going to. Kix, do you need him for anything?
It's always good to have your company, but I suppose maybe you're longing for your home out on the steppes over there. To the east.
No, he basically. His home's now with all of you guys at this point. The thing he wants to do is he's. What's the word? He needs to.
Fornicate.
Well, I was gonna say he needs to go meet somebody. No, meet somebody, and he's actually gonna try and track down the lady he was hitting on once before, if you remember that.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy.
So I was right.
Yeah.
Not for the fornication. It's more so like renewal of let me start a different family.
Lale can now love again now that his revenge has been achieved.
Wait, wasn't it your sister that got killed?
Yeah.
This is a weird angle.
Everyone keeps saying the other thing, but no.
What?
Yeah, it takes you a while, but she's working great.
But I've avenged my sister. I can love again.
Not like that. No. I didn't say
I was
that.
just trying to
was
make
all-
up something.
That was all him.
Terrible. Yeah,
His heart was dark and empty too.
To be fair, he is from Southern Greyhawk.
Oh.
Oh. Damn.
Oh, the South
Roasted.
is full of hicks. Anyway,
It is.
Why do you think we're here?
hey, you're from the South too?
Yeah.
Oh shit, I didn't know that.
And so, yeah, everybody finds a place. Let's see. I'm
Belloc goes to the moon.
Marquis regains his old title and land and such.
To be fair, I think he actually did that before Justin left the game. So.
Gar
he
comes
got
back
his title,
one last time, specifically to haunt Kix and Kix only.
I think Gar's actual ending, not actual ending, my ending in my head that would play out best for this is that he still goes to hell, but the wish to wipe time or reverse time, the girls and the mother are back to life, and that death never happened, and he's just paying the price himself now. I mean, technically doesn't happen, but in my head would be the best ending.
Right.
That actually is what
pull the damn card.
What keeps your guard's mind sane in hell, which is the only thing he really has, his consciousness, is the idea that yes, he did manage to save them and get them out of it.
I think if you pan down, deep down in hell, my hell is a room full of Kixes.
He's just surrounded. It's like, hey, good buddy. Yes, I'm in charge. Yes, we go on adventures with best friends. I love your arguments.
We're back at that tavern, back in the first town.
I bought 2 Thauruses this time.
And it's just Kix in like a time loop, just coming back in over and over again.
Just being overly friendly.
Alright.
But I also wasn't joking about the Belloc thing. Rolf and all the drow that live up on the moon. That would be Ascension level. Like, you served me well. Now return back to the moon.
Oh, God.
That's canon in Greyhawk.
I believe it, but it's so goofy.
Yeah. So, this is the end of the campaign. Now, to do the actual... Well, go ahead.
You forgot
Congratulations.
Huh?
You forgot Hugh.
Well, like, Hugh actually ended him. Yeah, Hugh ended himself. He gave himself the ending already.
We just got his sunset.
He was in the middle of a guerrilla war,
Yeah.
Yeah, pan back to him, and he's got like a snake wife or something.
In the middle of winter, yes. We're gonna leave it on Hugh. In the middle of winter, the camera pans, and everything is cold and icy, and we see the portal, right? And we start seeing the snow and ice that is around the portal start to melt as the portal starts heating up, and it sort of melts up, and a tiny a snout comes out, looks around, walks out. Well, it hasn't changed much. Let's see what's going on here.
Don't forget the cat.
And with the cat behind him.
Yeah.
And he walks to the camera and fades to black.
And he holds.
Now announcing season 2.
And he holds a tiny spider in his hand and says, "Well, this is where I came from." Whatever the spider's name was, Junior.
Yeah.
Webford.
Webford, yeah.
Webford 2.
Who died in an acid bath. But anyway.
In an arena.
We gate Webford back to life.
So yeah, that's a campaign. You guys made it all the way to level 13.
Did we? I thought we were 12.
I think we
11.
leveled up. We were level 12.
We're 12, almost 13.
Cool.
After that combat, we're 13.
Cool. Finished the game at level 11.
Fight pushed us at 13, I think.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, well, maybe with experience on this fight, depends. It's a lot.
I mean, we only need about 3,000 apiece.
Yeah. So now we go into the recap. We have about an hour left, so we can actually do the recap of the campaign. I'm going to start with saying that I had some ideas of where I wanted to go, but I never had I think this ending was close to what I was expecting, but since I did it, especially in the beginning, it was like, no, we're going to explore everything. I said, I'm not going to have a plot, right? Because if I have a plot, then it's going to be like, well, you guys are going over there. And that kind of sometimes happens when we talked it out, but it's more about, I had this particular thing planned as opposed to having this long-term plan, which at times worked fairly well. But there were some times where I was like, I had to catch up with myself. Like, oh shit, it's Sunday. I got to prepare something. Okay. What just a map or something. Right. But for the most part, it worked. And I think it was a good idea. However, I will say, and I'm sorry, Theta's going to hate this, but I'm going to have to rule out necromancers in any other campaign, 5th edition campaign. It's legal. Rules are written. Theta did it by the book. And they're not invincible, but they do break the action economy in a particular way, right? It's like, oh, here comes a giant that has 150 points. Well, that guy's dead even before the last arrow hits.
I mean, I could have done it worse. This is literally me doing the least amount of work possible, having everybody target once. I could have just said, all right, I'm going to do enough damage to kill him, and then him, and then him. But again, I don't actually care. I don't plan on playing 5e a long time. So, Bandit games from now on.
I'm not faulting you, because this rule is written. You did it as it is. You didn't break any rules. That's how it's built. I'm not going to go like, no, that's what it is. But it's something that also thematically
to plan around.
Right? It's like, well, I guess because this is a combat heavy game, right? I mean, there's other ways to challenge players as well, but still, when it comes to combat, and this is something that it was very heavy combat, you cannot have every guy be like, oh, fireball, lightning bolt, ice storm, area.
I mean, that's the wizard alternative typically. It's just keep casting fireball, which I mean, evocation wizard. It's the alternative to. That's what they say. The alternative to necromancy is what's worth more: 100 skeletons or 3 fireballs. It's like, I choose skeletons.
I mean, having
every time.
villains that have all that because I have to whittle down these skeletons in order to have a fighting chance, right? It's like it just feels like you're creating enemies specifically every encounter to defeat this, which means that why do I have this built if the DM is always going to counter me because it feels
right,
unfair,
and that gets to like the point of just like it's unfun to specifically as a GM go, I need to beat this player, because that's not how you should be thinking, and that's not a fun way to think.
Yeah, and how do you beat Superman? Don't challenge me directly.
Yeah.
And I mean, you, the GM, know what my goals are.
Yeah. Although I do have to say that when I finally figured out, it's like, because I read it, it was like, oh, he wants to do this, and it was like, oh, he wants to do that. It was like, oh, you want artifacts, and it's like, oh shit. Because if I did give you the artifacts, that would have derailed.
But here's the thing, though, is that you know what I would have used the artifacts for, which wouldn't derail the game. Because it's not like I'm going to tell you, I'm trying to bring back my family. Cool, I've got the wish spell. I want to be emperor. Not going to happen.
Why wouldn't you say, if you have the wish spell and somebody comes to mess with you, it's like, well, I have the wish spell, and just wish it away.
Because at the moment I have the wish spell, I use the wish. It's not holding on to it. It's like, I think I told you before, my wish was to reverse time, which would mean that Gar wouldn't exist as he exists now, so it doesn't even matter.
Yeah. I mean, there's ways and there's ways, but, like getting the hand and the eye and...
Never even got to the eye.
Yeah.
At the hand for cool 5 seconds.
I mean, it worked out in the end. That was actually cool. I thought it was a cool sequence, right?
Yeah.
I have
Gar is definitely like the most complicated character that kind of went through this whole campaign. That's for sure.
If I wanted,
so it's interesting that he had an actual resolution.
If I didn't have a resolution, if I wanted to save my family, then clearly I couldn't die with the hand. So it was like, no, there was no winning in that scenario.
Yeah, and also the hand eventually would always turn you into a avatar of Vecna.
Well, no, you have to get the hand and the eye.
No, only one of them.
What about the head?
Well, no, see, okay, jokes aside. Jokes aside, one of them is always going to try, but that's every time you use it. And since Gar isn't using it...
It also would compel you to try to get the eye anyway, so...
Yeah, which I was going to do anyway, so it's not like I cared. Again, the moment the two were in contact with one another, namely me ripping my eye out and shoving it in there, was the moment I would use the wish spell. And again, after that, nothing matters. Kill me, I don't care. It's just I didn't get to that point. Like I said, I had this list of things that would do what I needed to do, and that was the artifacts I was after. Started out going after artifacts that my master had sent me out to get, and it just so happened that 2 of them worked together would give me a wish. So it was like, I'll go after those first. And then after the whole, get the robe off that will kill me instantly, because I gave lessons that abilities. Kill me anytime you want. My master is watching me through my robe. And anytime I disobey him, he can communicate with me, and he can just kill me instantly. And that never actually came into play.
Yeah. As far as the campaign goes, like, this went on for, like, about a year, is that right? 50 sessions-ish?
Yeah,
got, like,
we started, in-game, it was about 2 years, but in
I mean, like, out of game, yeah.
58 sessions.
That's
over
a year.
Over a year.
Over a year, yeah.
Yeah, and given that you were saying that you were basically like kind of doing a little bit more on the fly kind of action here, good job. That's about what I qualify a highly successful campaign.
Yeah.
Keeping up that inertia for a whole year.
There was a part where I was like, the whole island thing was kind of optional.
Yeah.
Because the thing was that if I send you directly to the army thing, then this would have ended much quicker, right?
Mm-hmm.
But because of the artifacts, I go, I need to. Where do I fit it? Do I send it to the island now because of the artifacts, or do I do that later? Maybe because the thing was originally the idea was that the villains were gonna be competing for the artifacts, right?
Yeah,
so
you want to have like a module specifically for when these things are happening.
It was gonna be a race to the island to get to the artifacts. But I decided, no, okay, they're already there, and you're, simplify things. The whole thing where Marcus was like, "Oh, I have to go to Greyhawk and all that." I was like, "Oh, fuck it, I ain't bad for that, but sure, let's do that. Let's go to the.
Let's have a little fun, yeah.
Yeah, let's go back to the arena thing. That's part of a completely different adventure, but it's like that. I just like the arena, so let's use that. And that fight was pretty fun.
Oh yeah, the arena was a pretty fun little story bit.
I was afraid that you guys were just gonna kill everything that came toward you, right? It's like, oh, you're gonna fight and it's always gonna trash everything. But it actually kind of balanced out. Like the first fight was hard, the second fight was lost, the third fight was easy for you guys. So it was, it had a good swing back and forth. Where I was kind of afraid, it's like, oh, yeah, it's gonna show up and just kill everybody. But that barbarian proved tougher than I expected.
Oh yeah, that was very fun. And I think, like we mentioned this session, that's like a very similar to this final fight, dramatic kind of encounter that at least Kickscott had. So I had my high moments. I'm pretty happy.
Also, we revealed I was a necromancer, and you guys fucking hated it.
Yeah. Another thing I would say is, if I ever use the Kingdoms of Warfare and those rules, I would really have to look back hard at them, because the way they're written, they're not really compatible, right?
Yeah.
Well, the problem is you're using them as they're being released, so it's like...
No, but even going back, and you read them together, they're not really compatible, right? They, there's stuff in the second book that is supposed to be the advanced version of the first, but it goes different places, so it doesn't really match. But it's still, the second book still requires you to have the first book, right? So it's
remember they're written by a guy who says rules are suggestions. So
yeah.
Let's see. What are my opinions about like how the kingdom stuff went here? So I think at least it's good that it's relatively simple. All we had to do is go, here's the building type we need, here's the tier it is, here's the amount of money, and here's like the one thing it does for you. Very simple, very direct, like it. We didn't have a lot of money for it, but that's fine. Economy is hard. When it comes to the warfare, I think maybe that got like a little bit sticky, just because like it was hard to figure out like what units we actually had in play, what we could upgrade with them. Part of that is just us like moving between books, which I understand too there. But at least when the fights actually went down, they seemed to go relatively quickly.
Yeah.
And if I were to compare this to like the Pathfinder Kingmaker module, which has a similar set of rules for like building stuff and setting up armies, that stuff is like way more involved and complicated, and you don't even get half the value out of it. So this is better if you're looking to run something, have it mean something, but not have to like put all that work into it. This is a lot better, probably. If that's what you're up to.
Kingmaker's messy if you don't do a little bit of editing on it.
Oh yeah,
or a lot.
A lot.
You don't have to you don't have to do that much. It's actually a little easier than you think.
Yeah. My main complaint over there is like, oh, eventually you come into like the D20 epic level problems of like, I have 130 bonus to hit a DC 110 thing, and I'm rolling a D20. I don't really need to roll anymore. And that kind of happens with those rules. Over here, there's no such things. It's all easy, and it's all good.
So, Pando, will you have any opinions? Muted. You're muted.
On Kingdoms and Warfare, at least, I like the Kingdoms. It's very simple, very easy. Yeah, cost thing, benefit. Simple. The warfare, I feel like, was a little weird from the way it's set up, with like the 3 different rows and how that works mechanically. I think the units, not too bad. The rolls were very like level 1 power kind of thing, which makes sense because we're pretty much at that level with the armies. I think it was just like the way it's set up was a bit weird for me into a way that I didn't exactly like it, but I'd still call it overall solid for what it was trying to do. And then, obviously the second book, first book thing is a thing.
Yeah, I think also that's one of the things that would have benefited from me doing more planning ahead, right? Even though I one of the reasons I couldn't really plan ahead was because I was playing them as they came along. But now that I have the 2 books, it's something that you kind of have to plan ahead, like when you're going to do this. Do you do an entire campaign where you're like Birthright? I don't know what guys have heard about Birthright.
Yeah.
Where you can be the ruler from the very beginning, or do you do it more like Pathfinder, where you're adventurers who eventually are going to get a kingdom, or is it standard D&D that I guess we want to have a stronghold, so I guess these are the rules if we want to do that, but if we don't want to, then they stay on the sidelines. So
yeah. Either way, I think
that's
it was
the thing.
pretty good for like kingdom building aspects.
Yeah. It was a bit messy, but workable. I think I think if they were to make a version 3.0 where they integrated the 2 books, I think that would have been better. Also, this is probably not the highest level campaign that I played, but this is the one highest level campaign that I actually finished at relatively high level.
Really?
I think that's the same by me.
Yeah, for 5e, or even before that, because most of my characters would kind of stop around level 9 or 10.
Yeah, I think the highest I've gotten is like 11.
I think the highest was level 15 in 4th edition.
Yeah, for a 5e campaign, it would be level 15, and that campaign wrapped up with was the original appearance of Olerbin, the first character I started here. They got to the very end, Vecna won, took over the world, and eventually we dissolved because of continual betrayals within the party. So that happened.
Oh, what the fuck happened?
Not every time Lang can win, huh?
It's a story. I saw so many player deaths.
I've done level 20, but that was PvP arena stuff, so I don't know.
I don't think that counts.
Yeah,
I did have.
Experienced level 20 play though.
Yeah, I think we were level 11, and we did fight Vecna because it was Vecna lives, right?
Yeah.
Or is it die Vecna die? There's 3 modules, and there's the last one. You actually go to Planescape. You go to Sigil, and you have a big fight with Vecna, who's trying to get control of the entire universe.
Wayne Payne's not gonna like that.
Yeah, well, nobody did anyway. It actually was the adventure that was assigned to transfer Greyhawk from, and the whole D&D, but particularly Greyhawk, from 2nd edition to 3rd edition.
Right.
It's a pretty good adventure.
There's a 5e adventure that features Vecna that I think is the best of all because it brings you to all the classic adventures, but it's the time travel one. Where you go back to the Tomb of Horrors while it's still being built, and you have to talk to the guy who designed the Tomb of Horrors. And it's only like 3 or 4 rooms deep, and you can see the guys who were making it, who are setting up the wall murals and the pit traps and everything. And it's like you can negotiate with the people there, and they don't care about you, and because they think you're supposed to be there. And you also have a device to time travel back 5 minutes in case you fuck anything up. But Vecna is also there, and he also just doesn't give a shit about you. He could kill you in an instant if he wanted to, but it's human Vecna, not Lich Vecna.
Oh,
I can just imagine the conversation. It's just why are you making this fresco of a door with a secret door behind it? It's because fuck whoever comes next. That's why.
But yeah, no, you go to all the big time classic adventures, but before they're all set up, because you're supposed to get parts for a thing. I think it's the machine. Oh god, that has the spirit rope that'll connect you to it anywhere in the world, and has all these things. I can't remember its name. It's the weirdest device.
Sounds like a really neat concept, at least for a campaign's.
Yeah, I just like that it's all set up for conversations. It tells the GM what to do conversationally. It's if your players want to fight, they're gonna fuck up and die. So here's a device to let them rewind time a couple of times for each part of the campaign. But
And
here's what
basically
happens
be
when you
careful.
talk to these people and their reactions to the questions and things that might happen.
Yeah.
It's well set up. I like that it's well set up for something other than combat.
It does sound fun.
Yeah, we talked most of the positives. Any real negatives that stuck to you guys? That it's like, yeah. I mean, we played it, but
I did edit out like a 20-minute argument between me and Griffin that one time. No, why aren't you casting spells, Grar? I want to know out of character why you're not casting spells.
I just wanted to understand him.
no, but I mean that's
But,
the
for
interplay
campaign.
of characters. Yeah. But I'm talking campaign.
But for the
right?
campaign, I gotta say, you really love those invisible mages.
Yeah,
but
we
those
have
guys-
no
There's so much
solution.
stealth.
I mean, you
Which
were
I think
level
is-
high level. I think True Sight. Well, you had a cleric that could have had True Sight. I think.
Yeah, I had True Seeing
Yeah.
right now as Braith at level 12.
Yeah.
So and Braith was dead, so there's not really much he can do when he's dead and not level 12.
Yeah, I think
So-
more the point, like, it would have been less of a thing, like, in other systems where, like, there's more gold and items and other alternative, like, possible
Yeah.
solutions. Like, if I was playing Pathfinder, I'd be like, I'm gonna spend, like, 500 gold on, like, 2 potions to see invisibility. Next time this happens, not a problem.
Yeah.
5e, you don't really have those kind of options. It's whatever drops in your lap.
Also, in fairness, people
Yep.
were sneaking out Marcus there in the end who had God vision. So
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Well, I mean, he had good
He
numbers.
had echolocation.
But
Yeah.
also, I mean, I made the rules in the open just to
Mhm.
check it out.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Yeah.
and Pass Without Trace is a very powerful spell ability.
Yes, it is.
Oh, yeah.
Very-
5e, it's
yeah,
great.
it's plus 10, so it's like, oh, I get a 1. I started 11, right? So,
Yeah.
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 And another situation. So, yeah, I mean, also, the again, because survival was a thing, I mean, these guys were not hitting. It was like, oh, hey, the mage is there. Kick the mage.
Yeah. At least, like, from my perspective,
Abusing
definitely-
abusing it, yeah. I mean, the 2 kobolds, they could have had greater visibility, but it was like, nah. First of all,
Yeah.
if they did have greater visibility, it would have nerfed all their abilities, because like any concentration spell they're going to make, they can't. Because either
Mhm.
they're visible or they're
Yeah.
concentrating on the spell. So
honestly, I'm not
That
really
would've-
complaining about it. It's not the thing that killed me. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's only a slightly minor complaint. At least from my perspective, it definitely
yeah, it
seemed
was
like
repetitive.
attempting to challenge a party that is very hard to kill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess we had a few like rules discussions that various people disagreed with or agreed with on various things, but that's just playing 5e in games in
Yeah, I
general.
mean-
so
Yeah.
that's not like
Consistency.
a
Yeah, I also lean a little bit on homebrew monsters.
I think that's
Um,
fine.
Yeah, that's what I
Especially
like.
the observer, the demon that you guys got into that room. I like that fight because what really made that fight hard wasn't the demon itself; it was the room, the setup.
Yeah,
it was
where
a
it's like
small
all
room.
claustrophobic and just everything.
Small
hits
room.
So
everyone.
wherever he looked,
Anti-magic.
anti-magic,
Yeah.
and since the attacks were not magical, and he could basically he spit out a fireball that kept
Yeah.
burning. It was like
Mhm.
But if he'd have been outside, it's like, oh, he's looking this direction. Well, I go around and I
Yeah.
shoot him and like whatever.
There we
So-
go. Next time I'm ever forced to play 5th edition again, I'm gonna have a character with a harpoon. I'm just gonna reel people into positions I want to be in. There we go. That's how you do.
You should go for the shield bash setup. Extra attack,
absolutely.
shield master, like 3 pushes.
I gotta say, interception, terrible choice. On
Oh
my
no,
part.
it's awful.
It did
Yeah.
almost.
Well, I think you forgot half the time that you had it as well.
Well, no, it's a lot of the time I'm not in position to use it, or there's
Yeah.
other things to use my reaction for. So
Yeah.
it was tough to do. I was basically mostly on the front line myself, like in a lot of positions. Some of
Also, I
that's
think
also my
that-
fault too.
I also think the counterspell, as rules written, is a bit broken. Because essentially, if you counter the counterspell, then it's just, okay, they have 2 casters that can counterspell, then I have to have 3 casters that counterspell.
Yeah.
well, I
Well, you
mean,
gotta
the
lock
thing
out.
is that you have
It
a
is
certain
then
both
you
used
can't-
on reasons.
you have a
Yeah.
certain number of spell slots, and you're choosing
Yeah.
not to use a spell to get rid of another spell. So
Yeah.
you, the GM, have numbers on your side, and we have a limited number of spells.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
Yeah,
spell
but it works
do
both ways. Like, oh, I'm going
trade
to cast it. But
evenly.
like, no, you don't cast it. Oh, I guess
Yeah.
I got to counter your counter
It's
spell
very
in order for me to get. or I have to upscale basic spells like Fireball. No, I have to. Not because I want to do more damage, because I want to have a chance to either player or GM. It's like if I want to have a chance for my Fireball to go up, I gotta upcast it, so I gotta force them to roll a DC 14 or DC 15.
What's the highest level those kobolds had?
They were level
4th or 5th, probably.
Yeah, 5th spells because they have Firewall.
But I mean, that's the economy, though, is that we have a limited number of slots, and you have all of the worlds to handle.
Because our counter spells trade evenly with their spells most of the time.
Mathematically,
full casters have a lot of spell slots at this level.
It would work if most of the encounters, because the way it turned out that most of the encounters basically one night were just that one encounter, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which is similar to what happened in 4th edition, and the fights could get complex enough that having more than one fight in a night. Because when you guys were doing the giant thing, that's more typical D&D, where you fight one fight after another. So, I use my resources, my counter spells in the first fight. Then a 3rd level mage with magic missile shows up. It's like, oh shit, I don't have counter spells. Mm-hmm. But the way most campaigns work, and here and everywhere else, is like you only manage one fight or two at a time.
One fight a session. Congratulations, everybody! Go ahead. Let's long rest after every single fight, and it gets hard to figure out like how to actually do anything, right?
And
not necessarily.
I would say that 5th edition doesn't seem to be, unless you're doing very small fights at low level, the kind of dungeon grind kind of actually becomes too grindy.
Yeah.
Because it's like, okay, you have a fight. Maybe if you're in an actual table, because also there's limitations of roll 20 as well. You got to check the rules and whatever. So it kind of slows down a couple of things. Maybe in a real table, it's not that problem because, like, I can just move my figure and here I have my page says, this is what it says, just roll, right? Well, but electronically in roll 20, because you got to set up the map and got to make sure the tokens in the right place. And that tends to slow down both preparation of adventures and also, a lot of fights. So it's like, you should be having, this is a formula that came back all the way from 3rd edition, at least 4 fights a night. But our fights lasted an hour. A good fight that wasn't over in the first 5 minutes lasted an hour and a half to 2 hours.
I mean, it's why I didn't really. That's why I really didn't complain when we'd enter a room and you destroy half of my army with a fireball or some shit. It's like, okay, it's either this or I argue that I get to place my units where I want them to be, and we can wait forever. It's like, fuck it. So let's keep going.
I mean, during the Fire Giant two floors, right? It was 2 floors.
That was a slog going through. To be honest with you,
that was running out of spell slots and stuff. But it did also take a long time. So
that one room was supposed to be like a Sierra 24 encounter or something, I think.
Actually, it was much worse.
Even worse. Oh boy.
There was an adult red dragon there. And a Gorgon.
Are you serious?
And a Gorgon that was invisible.
Where?
Oh.
Yeah.
Fuck, man.
The thing that made it hard was that, I did add some, like, many of the Driders were the one thing that I added instead.
Yeah. And those weren't, like, the problem necessarily themselves. It's more just the sheer quantity of everything stuffed into a single area.
And that's
which is the harder part.
And that's also part of the problem with the action economy. Ultimately, numbers will catch up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The way 5th edition was designed was around, like, HP, and that being the primary thing that's scaling, as well as damage. And you see, like, the damage the Fire Giants were throwing out. It's like, and it feels like a lot, but that's kind of appropriate for the amount of HP we now have. But when there's 7 of them, someone could just die before they get
And also, what happened is, I noticed that the adventure uses fixed damage, which is an optional rule. And the thing with that fixed damage is that fixed damage is not the average. It's the average plus, I think,
plus 1.
15% plus 1 or something like that.
Generally, it's average plus 1, but it depends on, like, the dice and stuff.
Yeah. So you always do. Essentially, you average out that you're going to do tremendous amount of damage. So it's like if a giant can do. I mean, you luck out of not having to deal with near critical hits, like 2/3 or 3/4 of like scoring, but that happens less, especially because that balances out with having a roll that you can lose 3 die does like 6 points of damage. fixed damage. You'll never do like 3 or 4 or 5 points, right? We're like, oh my god, hit me. Oh, but that was a low roll, right?
Yeah.
So on average, the fixed damage will kills players much quicker. Because it's like, against a giant, 20 points.
Because the giants anybody. Will hit. Yeah. And so will every monster. They will hit.
Yeah, eventually, yeah. And also the monsters usually do 2 die.
Yes.
Minimal. Unless they're like very weak monsters. Like orcs, even orcs do like a D12. So average is 6 plus what plus, because it's average, not plus 1, it's average plus their strength or other bonuses. So a orc that does fixed damage will do 6, between 8 to 9 points per hit. As opposed to if I roll a 2, I can do 5 points or 4 points if I roll a pool.
Right? And on one hand, like those rules are good in terms of like making sure things go faster, so you can keep up pacing. And it's what I liked out of like 4th edition, where you have like minion rules, and it's just like you don't have to do anything for them. Just roll like 5 d20s on the tables. Which one's hit? All right, take 5 damage per hit. There you go. Yeah. That's a whole turn. That's over. That's fantastic. But yeah, like you're saying, if we did with the giants, people would drop.
You should see the insanity I have to do with the Pathfinder game on Wednesday when we're.
I understand the insanity you're going through.
That's why I don't do Pathfinder. The math will break me. I think 5th edition would benefit from
it's not even
rule.
I gotta point out, the math is not the problem. The problem is the sheer amount of things I have to keep track of. Like Theta and Pandaren are both in it. You're currently in the middle of a keep battle where they're going up against a massive amount of opponents, each of them with their own different stats and abilities and things like that. And I have like at least half a dozen sheets open at a time.
Set up a fight with 3 different spellcasters, each with their own spell list, each with their own list of feats, each with their own list of magic items, and then also 3 or 4 different monsters that are there to pad everything out and protect them. And it's a mess, right?
It's a mess, but it's a mess that's organized, and it's a mess that at the very least is, because I'm used to it, it's okay to track. What I like about with the 5th is that there's not so much to track in so much in terms of like abilities or attack rolls or things like that until you start getting into like as we were seeing, like the spell and counter spell and everything like that. Like that's where we start seeing like in the zone attacks and like all the little mini abilities that creatures have. But it seems like the monsters, more or less, the way that they would keep up with us is tons and tons of multi-attacks.
Yes.
Over time. And when you, like you said, like when the giant has like 2 multi-attacks where they have a 70% chance of hitting everybody no matter what, for like 30 damage a piece, it's only like 3 hits, we're down. And, it's, again, like that's why I guess where I'm going as like, again, the negative would be the slog of the end game here a little bit. Because I did not expect the fire giant lair to be like that, to be honest with you. I thought we were going to be sneaking around more, trying to find spaces to get out of here, and instead we just like run smack dab into the middle of a big group of them. Fuck it.
Oh, kind of hard to stealth when you have like a bunch of people in full plate and a bunch of skeletons.
Well, more that we ended up in a protracted siege battle that we didn't anticipate.
That's what I'm getting at. But it was fun though, because we were able to get through it, and at the very least it was the one time in the campaign where outside of every time I die, because apparently I'm the only one that dies a lot.
We didn't have a whole lot of big
almost died a couple
campaign,
times,
did we?
There was all 3 characters I was controlling died at least once.
Yes.
In this game.
You took the hits for us.
I just want to point that out. And I'm pretty sure Lael didn't die because Lessons felt sorry. Am I wrong?
I don't recall a time where... No, Leo locked out because he didn't get multi-hits. That's the thing. That's what really killed the other characters. Like, I made all the attacks in one character. One attack took you down, and the other ones just killed you.
Let me rephrase. I died. All 4 of my characters died. So, including Alexander. Karganis just got fucking destroyed. Wraith got destroyed. And Leo, when he died... I remember that. I misrolled the 1 on that misfire. I got the 1 which killed, like, the other 2 death saves there. And then you said, like, immediately, like, oh, you're not dead, you're, like, in the dream world or some shit. I just assumed you were feeling sorry for me that day.
No, that actually was planned.
Yeah, that seemed like an actual thing.
Yeah, because that was planned because that was part of the thing I was doing with Kicks, aside story with Kicks, where you know, the thing was that you would have died if Kicks had died in the dream world.
Fair enough.
In fact, that would have happened if anybody died and Kicks died. You were all basically either the dragon would have consumed your souls, your spirit selves, or you would have been trapped in a collapsing.
Yeah, that was worrying for me just because I was like, oh, I could actually very much murder everyone here if I make a mistake. Whoops.
But it shows me like something about it. Like I apparently make glass cannons for characters for some reason. Because like they just could not stand up to like the DPS of some of these creatures after a while.
I think the issue was not necessarily the DPS. The issue was getting hit multiple times and then realizing you were down after like the first one and then getting 2 attacks in instead of, you know, realistically where you might like hit someone, see them go down, and then focus on a new target because they're still enemies.
Can enemies actually do that, or can they actually?
You can split your attacks.
You can change your attacks.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it is what it is, the way it worked, but you know,
it's just all the attacks went to you anyways.
Outside of that slog, good improv with everything that you had to deal with as well. Really like the heist that we failed at doing completely.
That was
usually how heist goes in D&D. It's like, oh yeah, we're gonna sneak in and get something. Fucking,
we're gonna do a game about heist now. Yeah.
Yeah, this heist is going loud.
That heist went loud like almost immediately.
Okay, just like every game of Payday 2 I play.
And
gotta get good, bro.
Hey guys, I'm gonna stealth, so we're going loud then.
Now this one might be, I don't know if this is necessarily a criticism or just like more so like in how like you know, I also GM, so it's like my GM style. Like I love like things connecting, interconnecting, and all that kind of stuff, which might be like obsessive on my end. But like after like certain things, like it felt like, you know, we had like lingering plot threads, or like little things that could go anywhere that just kind of disappeared. Like for example, what the hell happened to Loris Rackham? Oh,
he escaped.
We never followed up on that, did we?
No, Loris Rackham escaped, and also Marcus guy escaped. Well, part of that was that was a thing from another campaign, another adventure.
Yeah.
He was just there to set up the final fight and be like, oh, you know, and make the final fight. I mean, you could have killed him, right? I mean,
yeah.
If he died, nothing much would have changed, right?
But like, you connected it. What I liked is you connected it to the cult, which was good. Like, I kind of half expected to see him again, since we've been fighting the cult. You know, like that's like, you could have been like a good like little coda, like, you remember me? No, I don't, or maybe we do, or whatever it is. You know, that type of thing.
Remember that invisible mage that you killed? That was him.
Yeah. No, not the. There were a couple of characters. Like, also, I wanted to reintroduce. What was his name? The orc from the guild. But then I realized that guy was gonna die in the first round anyway. So like, yeah, that was another thing. It's like, yeah, the guy is pretty tough, right? If he has like 20 guys backing him, that's why he ran away, because it's like, yeah, this guy's cool if he has.
Yeah, what happened to him too? Yeah, I was wondering.
Yeah, he was supposed to meet you in the city and challenge you in the middle of the night. So it was like, oh, you guys are not going anywhere. It was like, yeah, I don't want to slow this down.
On the ghost shadow guy.
No, it was the orc that.
No, I'm saying the ghost shadow guy also got away and never showed back up again.
No, he's doing his own thing.
That guy who literally would have killed all of us if we ever saw him face to face.
Yeah, basically.
Even at 12th level.
He was supposed to be in this fight, but I realized that he would have wiped the floor with you guys. Like, yeah, because he would have been invisible. He would have used his aura of every time you kill one of the monks, he would have absorbed the aura and done the damage, because damage increased every time he got a spirit. I think it was a 1d6 per spirit.
All that guy needs is a death cult around him, and he's the most invincible person in the world.
Yeah, I thought we were gonna walk in here, see the Dragonborn guy, that guy, and like nobody else. Like 2 monks.
Yeah, that's kind of
like,
what I
that's
expected.
the entire fight, because those 2 guys alone are incredibly high. But honestly,
he would have done a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Probably the right call to not have him there.
No, because he basically was like, "Oh, hey, you're fighting these guys." He would move invisibly, get in middle of you guys, and then, oh, that guy. The moment you kill one of the monks, is like, "Oh, we're taking damage." Oh shit! It's like, "Oh, here I am." Oh, by the way, I'm going to cast a spell here, and it doesn't do me damage because I can, know, I can do the whole thing where you curve the spells and all that. Yeah.
Oh yes, the people who will kill future marquee kicks.
I should play in loopers.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, yeah, there were some lingering plot threads because I was trying also to get everybody a chance to have their characters thing. Like, Dale had a thing with his family. Gar also had another thing with family. Pendrin had his wife to be. Kix, I remember that Kix had the whole connection with the beginning of the campaign that I gave him with the dragons. That's why he was doing it.
Yeah, so, I had like a lot of stuff happen early, and I'm like, all right, cool. I've done my thing. Let's see everyone else's thing. And then my thing is at the end here, which is like, hey, conclusive final
I guess
thing
so.
to like what happens.
I also want to pointedly say, when I was writing my backstory with my family and kids and everything like that, I was like, okay, I'm going to choose the most emotional faces and images I can get, so I'm always sad when I see them, and I love my family. And then out of nowhere, Lesson's like, "You fucking asshole! You killed us!" I'm like, "Oh, what the?"
Well, I decided. I mean, I'm sorry if that was another way you expected it to go, and if it was something that overrode your thing, we should have talked about that. Which is very.
I mean,
important.
It didn't erode my immersion because I literally had to play with it because it's like, okay, like, they're not me technically. I don't control these people. And God, I thought my family loved me. I thought I was fighting to bring them back. Now I'm a stubborn asshole.
It's also hell trying to make you feel bad, so...
Yeah, I mean, it's just... Jesus, I thought I was doing this out of love, and now Lessons has made it I'm a stubborn asshole, and not love is my motivation, but...
Well, that's what makes it kind of dramatic, though, because what you expect is not what they see.
Oh, yeah, it's just another dagger to the heart, seeing everyone else has RP characters, families that love them, and I'm the one who's doing everything out of love, and you fucking asshole, I hate you to the depths of hell, and in fact, I'm gonna curse you in hell when I see you later. Like, oh, Jesus.
I mean,
not what I wrote, but okay.
Did sacrifice them, well, not directly, he...
Again, my written story, which I don't think we didn't discuss far enough, is that I did something that, unbeknownst to me, caused them to come down with some sort of magical illness, which caused their slow deaths, and that I had no power to stop it once I had done it. So it was a mistake that I had spent the rest of my life trying to correct, and it turned into you intentionally killed us. It's like, oh, Jesus. And, you can't really stop that scene from playing out, because to stop it would cause, like, the loss of immersion and emotion. And it's like, I'm playing this, I guess. That's why I typed out later, God, it's not how I wrote her at all.
Yeah, that can happen, and I apologize for that, because, that's lack of communication. Right? That I mean, I've been in that situation. I remember I created some dwarves that lived, instead of living underground or living on the surface, they live in a canyon. And I know I created this, and then I gave it to my GM, and he's like, yeah, your dwarves are going to be like the asshole dwarves from Dragon Age Origins. And I'm like, oh, shit. And in fact, it went so badly that he literally had to do like a rewrite. It's like, no, well, that didn't happen because the other players, I was doing my own thing with my family, and the other players ended up having to run away from the place because they kept messing up and pissing up the dwarves. And every time they did something, they broke a law or something. So more dwarves showed up to curse at them and try to arrest them. And they basically got run out of the entire scene. I'm like, when I come out talking to my family and doing my own motions, just like, what happened? Yeah, no. The other place is like, yeah, we fucked up. It's like, did you really? Because I didn't imagine my family being this much.
Just take all the other people in your game. Just say like, all right, you're gonna sit in this chair. You're gonna sit in this squad. They're gonna be facing the corner. When I come back, I want to see you guys there.
See, I usually get that problem when I deal with other players. Like in our Hackmaster game, I wrote this elaborate backstory for my character, and then another player, we had Dennis. I decided, okay, we're gonna make ourselves brothers, right? We have one father. There's PG and PG levels here. We had one father, for reasons outside of our control, was our same father. And we both had a mission to go kill him for that same reason that was out of our control, that he was our same father. And and when he wrote his story, he just entirely rewrote parts of my story and said that I couldn't change what he had wrote, despite the fact he was the new character. And it's like we got in a whole argument because he said, no, whatever I say is what's the truth now. And it's like, but I'm older than you, and my character came first, and what's going on here?
That I will admit that was a failure of communication. And it can happen to anybody. It's not an excuse as a form of explanation, right? If it feels like it wasn't what you were going for, and I didn't get that, then that's on me.
Like I said, just gotta roll with it, because one, despite the fact that I created them, they're not actually my characters, so I can't dictate how they actually react. So it's like, fair enough, I guess maybe they do hate me, but it does taint my entire motivation as a character. But I guess I gotta roll with that too.
Theta out here writing like pages upon pages of backstory, and me over here drip feeding lessons like 2 separate ideas.
And then here I am just like, what am I bringing in? I'm bringing in Kix. What's his backstory? He lives here.
Yeah.
And everybody loves him. I mean, everybody knows him. Everybody loves him.
That's what I gotta say. The moment Kix entered the scene was the moment Gar changed from a deeply thoughtful person who was just quiet and handled problems to started insulting people all the time, was loud. Kix is his most hated enemy from the moment one.
I annoyed Gar so much. I love
that his entire personality changed.
Yeah. He was before that he was just in his corner drinking his lukewarm water and not bothering anybody. Kix goes in the room like, fuck you, I hate you.
Man, fuck that guy.
Well, no, seriously, he would sit in the corner, stick to himself, drink his warm water, and have philosophical discussions about why do you think they're doing this, and, try and get to the source of people. And then Kix shows up and is like, yeah, I'm in charge here now. And it's like, what do you mean you're in charge here? I'm the last member of this group. I'm in charge. No, I talked to the mayor. I'm in charge now.
That's how it went down, yeah. There was also a thing that I misused, which was you guys wanted to set up a trap with the guards. And I thought it was like, what they want to do is have the guards do all the work for them, so I can't allow that. That can't happen. Instead of being like, no, they're being clever, they're using the guards, and I could have them capture the guys and interrogate. And I could have used all that, but instead it was like, no, they're trying to be sneaky. They're not trying to do the thing. I cannot allow it. No.
It's that inherent reaction from 2 decades of playing where it's like I can't let players get away with anything.
Well, I mean, we already heard that one.
I played with some horrible people, so it's like, it's like, and after a while, it's like, oh, you dumbass, you could have done so much with that. But hey,
I mean, we heard that one though on the notes from Nailif with Rafferty's. Yeah. Why wouldn't I just call the cops?
Yeah.
Oh, and that was just one example. Yeah, I got so many.
I mean, I've done that in Vampire, right, where I've caused an accident to make the cops come so that I could then get away while they're investigating another accident. Like, I'm going to push this guy off of a high-rise work that he's doing, this construction worker, so that I can go somewhere else, knowing that the cops that are in the area are busy here instead of coming to do whatever I'm doing over there.
Tonight,
I mean, that I tell you, it's pretty. First of all, you're a vampire, so it's like, why wouldn't you do that? And second, that's pretty clever. If you're actually going to, the whole thing is the defensive thing where the GM in this case might feel like, oh, my players don't want to play the adventure, right? They want to just skip everything. Instead of being clever, they're like, give me rewards for no effort, right? And because I play with players like that, and that's something that I brought to the table, so it's not anything anybody else brought to the table. So like when that started happening, it's like, oh no, they're trying to weasel out of my adventure. I cannot allow that.
Well, I think there's also the element that you know what the end run of your adventure is, and that we can only deal with what we can see in front of us. So if you think we're trying to get out of the adventure, but at the same time, we're only dealing with the guards, which are like section 0.01 of your adventure, then it's like...
Yeah. Well, I mean, actually, that's the thing. I did a lot of improv. So I deliberately did. I had ideas. I had goals. I had fronts and movements, but I did not have like, and the characters go here, and this is exactly what happened, and this guy's gonna tell them, go over there and fetch me the water for the magical drink, like the whole thing with the festival that Pandering was doing. It's like, hey, I like to have a magical item. It's like, okay, I'll figure out something. And the whole thing with the hag was pretty funny. I thought you were just gonna slaughter her.
That was
the point
hilarious.
where I was like, that's why I was very careful saying, if you attack her, yeah, you can kill her, but you fail. That's the whole Superman thing.
Yeah.
We challenge Superman. That if you could have killed her, because she would have probably done a couple of things and then like a couple of rounds, and it was like that, And then she would have been, and she probably would have happened was that she died, she would have cursed you all.
Yeah.
And then you have to find a way to get the curse out. So she was killable, but you would have failed because you wouldn't have gotten what you want.
Right, and it's definitely a good adventure, specifically because the goal isn't to just go in and kill everyone and steal your stuff. It's to accomplish an actual goal that's on the table.
You're not trying to do a dungeon, you're trying to interact with a person to get a thing.
Yeah, that's normal.
And in general, I think, like I mentioned, like at the end of the last campaign you did for Ironclaw, I enjoy your improv a lot. I think you do a lot of fun characters. It's fun seeing you act these things out, and you always got something funny to say. So it's always a thumbs up for me.
Yeah, that was the Admiral was the one of the biggest improv, because he was supposed to come up like being like, I know everything. It was like, this is too boring. Let's make him an actual idiot.
Oh gosh.
who has a dark family secret, and that's found secrets because he got accused of doing something. So he was more into avoiding the accusation than actually what happened. So, yeah, but that most of the time that was, I have a kernel of an idea, and then I see how it develops.
What was that woman in Greyhawk at the library? What was she looking for Gar for?
Oh yeah, she was looking for you because she wanted help with the whole arena thing. She was the same woman that later you contacted.
Well, she showed up like 3 times looking for Gar, and Gar was never there. So it's like, never crossed paths with that woman.
No, it was a flying hook that never sunk. So I put her somewhere else. Like, no, this is not going to happen. So
instead I made 2 friends in another town, which kept me out of the way for a while.
Those two characters are based on 2 players I played with a long time ago. So I borrowed those characters. Like, they were 2 guys. He was half drow, and he married the other guy who was a very haughty elven mage. Not married the mage.
We didn't marry the other guy. He married another one.
His sister, right? And
he didn't marry his sister. He married the other guy's sister.
Yeah.
He's not like Lael.
Oh.
What?
God.
Hey!
Look, Lael learned to love again. All right, again after he killed the sister's killer.
Another thing that got me bad was that when I introduced the calendar, you could see in Theta's eyes like gleam, like, I don't know.
Well, you guys don't even know how much research
I can wield it. Yeah,
I did a lot of research looking up different calendars and seeing when like full moons happened, which moon was in which cycle. Finding all of the holidays that happen and then typing them all up and making it last for years.
I mean, that is amazing. In a lot of ways that you would put that dedication into it.
Well, that's why every time a holiday would pop up that like we didn't just skip over weeks. Like, oh yeah, tomorrow is the day when everyone in Greyhawk puts on like horse head masks and goes door to door. It's like, okay.
Tomorrow's not Halloween.
Yeah, this is crazy stupid, but here it is.
Here's they're not Christmas, everybody.
That's the thing about the World Greyhawk. It has some areas which is like not serious in the sense of like being over serious. Like, no, this is more down to earth. But other areas is like the County of Jeff. Like, because
Jeff won at the tabletop convention.
Jefferson again.
Because actually, I think one of the players' actual name was Jeff. But it's spelled Geoff. So since English is not my first language, we would used to say the County of.
Well, no, that's
what we all do too. Even primary, it's like, wait, how do you pronounce that? Geoff.
Well, no, that's Geoff because the former StarCraft announcer, Geoff Robinson, the one who also played on Roleplay and all those things, who died a few years back to heart failure.
I think so.
Yeah, that was his name. I mean, it's unrelated, but it's just he's the most famous that name that I know. Yeah.
But usually, yeah, it's also spelled Jeff. It's like the county of Jeff. Like, really? Okay.
Well,
Stuff like that.
So on Jeff-based topics, what do we want to wrap up with here?
I mean, I had a blast. Also, probably one of my longest continuous campaigns that I ever. The second campaign actually I finished because Iron Claw was the first campaign I finished. So,
Oh, nice.
That was a bit shorter. And again, a character done by Griffin ended up being the king.
I put myself in this hole quite a lot, by the way.
Did he?
Yeah.
God, I actually don't remember the end of the Iron Claw. Last thing I remember is that Harmon killed everybody.
I wasn't there. I couldn't tell you.
In Iron Claw, one of the kings of the islands, because there were multiple kings, ended up being the lion that Griffin was playing.
Ah, okay.
Oh, that's right. I was sleeping with your wife.
Jesus.
Running joke. I kept making.
Good. I gotta take a nap anyway.
Oh man.
Yeah, that was a campaign that had a lot of political intrigue, but mostly because I had problem figuring the combat. So it's like, well, I don't have to fight, so let's talk. Let's have more excuses to talk.
That works great because that's how you do it.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
Plus, you had players that are willing to talk more sometimes as well.
Yeah, that's also I think one where thread about the druids kind of fell by the wayside because I think Rafferty was expecting me to do more. Rafferty was expecting me to convert him to being a druid, but I guess in communication I never got that because I was like, oh, they want to talk to you. It's like, yeah, okay, we talk. It's like,
well, the thing about having Rafferty in your game is that if you had any questions about world development or if you built like a very loose world, Raph is going to develop it for you because he will tell you the most logical things that will happen in your world. You're like, yeah, that's true. I guess I'll just adapt to that now.
Oh, I will say that the whole island, discovering the damage of the island things, like, well, it's a big natural disaster, so the other island continent should have records of it. It's like, yes, they should. And there's where you find them.
And now we'll be moving to Shadowrun, which will have 20 years of lore development and also 5,000 years of real-world lore development.
Well, yeah.
You mean 50 years of lore
50
development?
Years, yeah. Well, 50.
We're like 27.
I meant like out of our world, how long it's been written.
1989 to today,
Probably.
so close to 30
No,
years.
30 actually. Wow,
Yeah.
I was a little bit.
No. But Shadowrun. I mean, I think one decision I made for this campaign that I will also use for Shadowrun is I don't want to lore dump. Like, oh, you know that in the ancient times this happened, and that guy talked to that guy, and have you ever made the Harlequin? It's like, we never. I don't know who the hell. Oh, well, that guy's important. But we're not going to deal with him. And the city of Seattle, this happened. In Chicago, happened something else. And if you ever had to wander in this backstreet in New York City, you're going to find this. And people are like, dude, just.
Well, I
just want to drop something. Could you just get?
I mean, at the risk of this guy never hearing me say this, just this morning we played a game where I sat through me and Robert at least sat through a 30-minute info dump. And it's like, I said before we even got into this, I was walking away from it. So why am I now listening to this conversation two NPCs are having for 30 minutes?
Yeah, we did. I remember that. I gotta be honest, I kind of glazed over on it too, because it was like, this is too much plot, like 10 seconds into the game.
I wasn't listening at all, because I had previously said, I walked away. I have this thing that's over-encumbering me that I'm trying to drag to the next town before something bad happens that causes me not to have it anymore.
I'm trying to think like how I do it in my games, and quite honestly, I think it just usually the only time I've ever really lore dumped is when players start asking because it really matters to what's about to happen.
I mean, yeah,
I guess that. Yeah, I mean, I guess like you can, Pandarin and Theta, you can attest to it, but like the way I do the lore dumps is you ask questions and I give you answers, and that's pretty much it.
Well, I mean, if anyone is
Shadowrun, there's two things: either the Johnson 1 doesn't want to tell you, or B tells you just exactly what you need to know.
Well, I mean, in like the Ironclaw game, not the Lessons one, but the one we're playing currently now on Wednesday mornings, I will get into 10 to 20 minute discussions about the world, just so I can better understand it and the problem that I'm having currently. Like, well, if they're sending all their crusaders to the front, are they now making this from a political war to a religious one? because they're not doing it religiously on the other side, and the other side also has people from the same religion. So now is this a church war? It's like,
Ooh.
yeah,
It was both all along.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
It's a debate and question about the world, and I will just ask it.
Yeah, my take on it is I want to give you like the anchors. Like, okay, this is like the minimal knowledge. Like the way I did Greyhawk is like everybody knows that some time ago there was a twin cataclysms. Maybe 30 years ago there was this war, and that's it, right? I didn't go into a lot of detail as you had to interact with that. But if anytime you ask something specific about, this particular region, it's like, oh, yeah, I can find information about that. Sometimes I have to scramble, go like, oh shit, I remember that from. I thought I should know this, but I don't remember it from. So let me Google it. Oh yeah, that's what it is. But aside from that, I tried not to. Also because again, also as you play, you create your own lore, your own interpretation anyway. So it's your game will never be exactly what's on the books, because otherwise the players would just go like, oh yeah, we just follow the instructions. We just go there and do the thing we're expected to do, and that's it, So, yeah, and then we run out of time. So, I think I'm gonna encourage not to do shadows, except for giving my thanks to our two wonderful hosts and our players, Pandrin, Griffin, Robert, Theta. Our hosts are Theta and Griffin. Once again, you guys gave me a great chance to run a year-long campaign plus a couple of weeks. Put up with all my shenanigans, my shenaniganery, especially when I went, oh yeah, that's the rule, because sure, and Theta's looking at the book like, you son of a
bitch. Paladins aren't as fun to play anymore.
Yeah. So thank you for putting with all that. I hope you found it entertaining. We believe that we start next week with our first the 0.5 session for those who are going to be joining us of Shadowrun. Hope you enjoy that. It's a different game, right? It's slower pace, more hopefully more talky, less shooty, mostly because the rules are pretty complex.
Well, it'll be the second return
of
run
the shadows.
Yeah,
run in the shadows until Hoxton goes loud for some
reason. It'll be the second return of Shadowrun to the channel, much in the same way that Dragon Age was originally run by Robert way back in the day. Yeah. We had Griffin run Shadowrun for 2 sessions in the early days as well, so
it exploded, literally.
Well, we're going to take it later, hopefully this year. It's going to be session 0.5, so we're going to introduce the characters. We're going to talk about the kind of game that we want to play, because there's different ways to approach Shadowrun. Mm-hmm. And then hopefully start the first adventure. That's why it's called 0.5 and not session 0, because there's probably going to be some actual dice rolling and talking and setting up, at least talking to the Johnson and all that.
I like it.
Yep. So thank you already for coming.
Yes, we'll talk to your Johnson.
Always. And keep him at hand.
Always have a firm grip on your Johnson.
Exactly. And I hope you guys say so. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart, thank you very much for joining us. Check us out on YouTube over at Ractus channel to keep up with everything. And we'll see you when we see you.
Stay, everybody.
Good night.
Adios.
All right.